I guess this is it. My turn. So, we got the Bard's Tale Trilogy here. Right, I've got chat in front of me. It looks like everything is normal on the technical end of things. Alright, wish me luck. Okay, so, what is this? This is Bard's Tale Trilogy. So we're going to do all 3 games. Starting with Volume 1. Yeah, the remake and remaster. 2018. I believe was the date, or at least the date they released the first one. So Legacy Mode is an option that we're not going to be picking today. Legacy Mode allows you to turn off a lot of the modern conveniences and just play it as you might have played it in the 80s. We're not doing that. I mean, another time. Yeah, I'm not too worried about my autosave. A little dramatic reading to set us off. The song I sing will tell the tale of a cold and wintry day, when evil fled and brave men bled, the Dark One came to stay. Of castle walls and torchlit halls, and a price men had to pay. I actually really love the music that goes with this. Till men of old for blood and gold had rescued Skara Brae. Okay, so I need 5 characters. Does anyone have got an idea for some names? Volume 1, Tales of the Unknown. The Legend of Skara Brae. Long ago in the land of Caith, when magic still prevailed, the evil wizard Mangar the Dark threatened a small but harmonious town called Skara Brae. Overnight, all of the town's militiamen disappeared, and Mangar froze the surrounding countryside with a spell of eternal winter, totally isolating it from any possible help. As evil creatures oozed into the sewers to join Mangar's shadow crusade, the future of Skara Brae hung in the balance, and who was left to resist? Only a handful of unproven young warriors, some junior magic users, a couple of bards barely old enough to drink, and a few out-of-work rogues. You are the leader of this ragtag group of freedom fighters, you in this case meaning me. Luckily, you have a bard with you to sing your glories, if you survive, for this is the stuff of legends, and thus the story begins. Okay. I'm not going to worry about the directions there. So we need to, first of all, remove the party that pre-exists. I should probably introduce myself. I'm OrganMike. There's the organ. I'm Mike. I'm actually running from a church. I often get comments, oh, there seems to be some reverb on his microphone. No. First of all, I made the mistake there. It's not his, it's there. And secondly, no, I'm in a church. The space is reverberant. All right, so we're going to start. First of all, I see Mystic, I see Bront, I see really, really longathon as suggestions for names. Unfortunately, the characters are not going to stay in their standings. Donk Bonkulus, though, is good. We'll have a bard named Donk Bonkulus. So a dwarf bard, we're looking for a high constitution on that roll. 17, specifically. Not with 14 hit points, though. If anyone has any other character suggestions, we'll go with 21. Donk. Bonkulus. Done. Okay. Someone needs to be named the organ. Alright. We just got a bard, so... how about the rogue shall be... the rogue shall be a male hobbit rogue. We need a dexterity of 18, 21 hit points. I'm good with that. There we go. Male hobbit rogue. This one shall be the organ. New member. I'm going to take a... I see Mystic there. We'll give a gnome... Magician. We're looking for 17 intelligence. 11 spell points, we can live with that. That will get overwritten now. Mystic. Create new member. Let's see, we'll take Sweet Cheeks, sure. A male conjurer. Done. Sweet Cheeks. And I need one more. Let's see. Bront. So we need a dwarf hunter. It's going to be Bront. We need high intelligence, 13. That's perfect. Bront, as in short for Bronte. And we will remove Bront from the party immediately. Alright, so we're going to get this game started. I don't know if there's a timer to be getting going, but as soon as I enter the city, the game begins. So, I will try and give as much explanation as I can. I have the chat open in front of me. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. And otherwise, here we go. In 3, 2, 1, away we go. We're not going to need a tutorial. We're going to go first to Garth's equipment shop. We're going to buy a bunch of stuff. We're going to buy a harp, leather gloves, tower shield. We're going to equip our party. Well, good. 2, the organ needs a buckler, leather gloves, a helm, leather armor. Mystic needs a robes and leather gloves, as does Sweet Cheeks, robes and leather gloves. Why are we in a church? Because this is where I work. I play that thing. Okay, there's our party. I can now play a Bard song, which is going to be the Bodder Kilnfest. All the sound in this game is diegetic, including the music. So if you're hearing music, it's because someone is playing it. Skin 10 services. There we go. Leave the Bard. Now we need to start the opening grind. Why don't we like Bront? The Hunter is needed later, not right now. We got 3 games to get through. The Hunter's not going to be useful till the 3rd. Oh, come on. Don't start off with a kill. Thank you. I'm going to be quick saving a lot and save scumming. I tried to run away. It didn't let me. Okay, we're going to load. There we go. Oh, thank you for the raid. Here, watch me grind. We'll heal up. That's a temple. They heal us. It costs money. That's the Thieves' Temple. They don't charge for robes. Don't ask me why. That's actually in addition to the remake. That's not the case in the originals. So I'm going to quick save basically after every fight. Spiders hit hard, but they give good experience. We are grinding for experience, so it's worth taking the chance sometimes. Since we're grinding for experience, that's why we don't want the full party. Like, we could fill out the party to 7 members, but that's slower grinding. And this is not about going slow. A mad dog. A hobbit. We have no rings here. This is the start of the game. This is about 10 minutes, I think, on my latest split. My best time for getting to level 5. I want Mystic and Sweet Cheeks both to reach level 5, which is 10,000 experience. You can see how much experience I'm pulling in after the fight. It ain't much. So what am I doing? Just attacking. That roster you see at the bottom right, where you've got the character names and their hit points and spell points and classes, that can be up to 7 strong. Only the first 4 members of the party can be involved in direct combat. So if you're not in the front row, if you're not standing in those first 4 slots, you cannot use melee attacks or be hit by melee attacks. That is going to come in handy later as we plug up those first few slots with summoned creatures. Go mad. Donk Bonkulus the Bard. Okay, Mystic and Sweet Cheeks are ready to level up. That's what that little arrow means next to their name. That is another modern convenience that this game has added in. Oh, nice Requiem. There we go. Now everyone's ready to level. No, these are actually those are evil hobbits. It's okay. They're bad guys. These are the homes of the people of Skara Brae. I'm going to save scum some stats here. We're going to reload that. I don't want +4 hide and shadows. I don't want +4 hide and shadows. So this is the town of Skara Brae as it has been taken over. No, we'll go for a higher number than that. We're save scumming for this because well, it's necessary. No. Come on. There we go. 11 is good. Turn around, save again. I want intelligence. 7 points in constitution I'll take. I want intelligence. 6 points in strength I will not. 4 points in Constitution, no. 4 points in Luck, no. I'd take 4 in Intelligence. 7 in Strength, yeah, we'll go with it. 5 points in Strength, I should... Yeah, we'll reload on those. I saw... Constitution, yeah, no. 5 in Intelligence, I'll take. Okay. 17 points in Constitution. Gotta get more than 7, come on. Come on, game, give me some good numbers. We'll take 10 in Luck. Okay, there we go. We won't be doing too much of that save scumming. It's important for the start. Mostly because the higher your intelligence... I can't fight 5 barbarians, and yet I tried to run, and it gave me a fight anyway. There we go, got away. The way running away works in this game is, if it fails, it just starts a round of combat as if you hadn't tried to run away, which is kind of nice, actually. Your characters don't just stand there. I saw the broadsword, so we'll equip it. Short sword there that I missed earlier. 3 spiders. You face death itself in the form of 3 spiders, apparently. So we're looking for 10,000 experience. Actually, not quite 10,000. 9,500. I have to check my notes more often. So yeah, these are the homes of the good people of Skara Brae. Mangar has frozen the countryside in a spell of eternal winter, which is why there's snow on the ground outside. Okay. And so these are Mangar's evil forces that have occupied other people's homes. 5 hobbits, 3 hobbits, 2 hobbits, no hobbits, thank you. 4 nomads will try and avoid 1 hobbits. Save. I have to be careful quick saving. The quick save and quick load buttons are right next to one another, and it would not be the first time that I accidentally quick loaded when I meant to quick save, if I did it. So yeah, the reason I'm save scumming for intelligence is because your magic points, you get more magic points that level up with higher intelligence. At a certain point, the randomness of the level gain will not matter at all against. That's fine, I can lose the rogue. I don't want to lose Mystic. In fact, it looks like I was going to lose that fight entirely, so... Heal, yes, thank you. They were 50 feet away, those conjurers. I can't hit them, and I don't want to walk up to them. Come on. Thank you. Right. So at the next level up, the spellcasters will get a new level in their spellcasting class. So right now, as a matter of fact. Every odd-numbered level, you go up a spell level. So Mystic and Sweet Cheeks are going to be able to take a spell level here. Not going to take 5, or not going to take Strength. Sweet Cheeks still needs... Oh no, Sweet Cheeks has Intelligence. Mystic needs Intelligence. 7 in Constitution, I'm not going to turn down. 7 Hide in Shadows. Yeah. So now we can buy new spells. Now they are level 2. They're experience level 3, but they're level 2 Conjurer, level 2 Magician. Sound doesn't affect this as much as my Ultra gameplay. No, it does not. It's a much newer game. Okay, reload. Torch is good, we'll use that. 1 nomad? No nomads. So the way the game works there with spellcasters... Ooh, I would love to take that dearly, and I can't. With spellcasters, there are 4 different kinds of spellcasters. I have a magician and a conjurer. You can start as either of those. Technically speaking, at least according to the game's lore, magicians are more powerful than conjurers. But conjurers have different focuses. I tried to run, it didn't let me. Still gonna run. That was actually going pretty well, but I was gonna lose guys. Conjurers tend to be the sort that create things out of thin air, like Light or Magic Compass, both of which are spells that Sweet Cheeks has access to. We're going to run from that. We're not going to run from that. Okay, fine. Reload. And eventually, Conjurers are summoners as well. That's going to be a major part of the run, summoning wolves and slayers. Oh, come on. Get. Thank you. Magicians have more combat-oriented effects. It's hard to describe. Magicians tend to float around a bit. Then you go up a level from there. When you get 3 levels in 3 levels at least or 3 spell levels. There we go. You get 3 spell levels. You're able to change class. There are 7 spell levels, so you don't want to necessarily change class after 3. But you can. So there's Magician and Conjurer, then there's Sorcerers the next level up, and Sorcerers deal a lot in illusions. They can summon up illusions, they can use magic that's illusory in nature, they summon illusory knowledge, which is also interesting. So, if, say, you wanted to find out if there's traps in front of you, a Magician or a Sorcerer can help with that. As opposed to dispelling them, which is the job of a Conjurer. I don't think you're gonna make it through this. Okay. Quick fix. Mystic. There we go. Got through it. Everyone's got a level. Want to wait for 5,000. What's the best character portrait? My money for the best character portrait is the female Chronomancer. Chronomancer is not a character we have access to yet. And in fact, Mystic is going to play that role when we get to the 3rd game. So yeah, after Sorcerer in this game anyway is Wizard. In order to be a Sorcerer, you need to have first had 3 levels in at least one class. I tried to run, it didn't let me. I'm just going to reload because I'm going to lose that one badly. So to be a Sorcerer... Oh, enemies count too? Yeah, for sure. My money is still on the female Chronomancer. My brain stopped. Cool. Oh, Sorcerer, you can't start as a Sorcerer. You need to have 3 levels in one of Magician or Conjurer before you can do that. Wizard, you need to have 3 levels in any 2 other spellcasting classes first before you can take that up. Oh, Bonkulus got olded. Withered is the technical term. Oh. We'll go heal that. Costs us a little bit extra money. Death itself in the form of 5 kobolds. Save. Remember to save. We got 4448. Cool. Yeah, get through it. Cast quick fix. So that'd be 46, 13. Cool. 6 hobgoblins. Let's give it a shot. In the 2nd game, when a character has gone through all 4 classes, has spent some time in Magician, Conjurer, Sorcerer, and Wizard, they can go up to being an Archmage, which is eventually, which in the next game is what we're going to use a little Bard magic here, Traveler's Tune, which in the next game is what Mystic is going to do. And in the final game is what Sweet Cheeks will do after Mystic ascends to Chronomancy, which is the form of magic available only in the 3rd game. Now we're going to stop by here. We're going to take Bonkulus and the organ out of the party for the moment. Advancement. That was terrible. Mystic still needs that point of intelligence. There we go. That's a little better. Yeah, we'll take that. Spell acquiring. Right, there we go. We're going to cast Ibarra's Mystic Shield. And we're going to go over here. We're going to grind over here now. This is a little shop called Roscoe's Energy Emporium. Roscoe sells us spell points, which is kind of cool. Otherwise, spell points regenerate slowly over time, only in the day. Now I have Starflare and Warstrike. Those are spells which affect entire enemy groups. This makes the grind go much faster. And once again, I've reduced the party just to make this part of the grind go quicker. The downside being now I have to keep an eye both on hit points and spell points. Spells are solar powered. I don't know about spells, but spellcasters are. Nope, that's what happens when I don't keep an eye on it. There are other places you can recover magic points too. But Roscoe's is fast. There are squares in the dungeon that heal magic points over time. That's the other thing. This game has a lot of real-time elements. If I just stand around, eventually I'll just get attacked. The game doesn't wait for me to take a turn. It will just attack me. 73. I'm looking for 95. 74. And try and keep a rough count. 77. See, I just got attacked there in the street. Let's see if I can get away with it. Yeah. We'll call that 79. How does the local tax agency... These are monsters. They sneak in when they find an empty house, that's all. 80. Okay, cool. I guess Mangar is just like an absolutist when it comes to taxation. Okay, let's go heal, because those two were great for experience, but... Dona eis requiem. Almost there. That'll do it. Definitely did it. Alright. So we head back this way. One of the modern conveniences I really like is the mini-map on the screen. That's not a thing in the old game. I am the tax agency. I'm here to collect. Okay. What I got from that was a spell called Elix Instant Wolf. And that will be what's very handy. We're going to bring back Don Quonculus and the organ. We're going to put them in the front, like so. We're going to cast Elix Instant Wolf 3 times. Now, unlike other party members... Oh, thank you. That's... Okay, I'll take those numbers. Unlike other party members, wolves won't take up my experience. Recharge my mages. And now we're going to change our bard song. Quonculus, we're going to sing the Traveler's Tune. It will reduce my armor class. And those of you who have played D&D version 3 or later, I know the code to get in, will get reduce your armor class. Why would you want to do that? Well, here's the deal. This is based on older D&D versions. And in the original D&D, we need to trap zap here. That is not the character who can do it. Thank you. That was a trap that just blew up. If I'd stepped on that, it would have triggered and hurt me. Anyway, in the original version of D&D, lower armor class was better. Just to be confusing. And here's 45 zombies. Hide in the shadows. Defend. And cast Starflare and Warstrike. The organ did not make it into the shadows. A shame. We'll have to go revive them. Big Cheeks will trap zap that. I saw that with Relax, so we'll equip it. Relax, there we go. And, Sweet Cheeks, if you would, please re-wolf us. There we go. But I'm gonna need to go and revive the organ. You get used to the tunes after a while. All the sound you hear pretty much in this game is other than the trumpets that sound when you get into a fight. All the sound is diegetic. So if there's music playing, that's because a bard is actually playing the music. The bard songs have interesting effects. A lot of them are buffs. So the one I'm using right now, the Traveler's Tune, buffs my armor class. 20 hit points, thank you. I'll take those low rolls on points. I also have a bard song that boosts combat ability. I have a bard song that reduces enemy combat ability. Reviving just means magicians will never learn to be cautious about area spells in narrow spaces. Yeah. 45 zombies. Hide in the shadows. 67% chance. Let's get away with it, please. Dragon Breath. There we go. I see the organ status changed to hide. That means that they are not on the line and can't be attacked. It's very nice, actually. And we found an unidentified item. Or unidentified weapon. Okay, I'll have to take it to guards to identify it. That's fine. Sweet Cheeks. You would be so kind as to give us some instant wolves. There we go. And we're actually not just grinding experience here, I'm grinding for items. No. Hide. Defend. Dragon Breath. We don't actually need to cast it there. Character status appears there beside where their hit points would be, so the wolves went to dead. Party finds a robes. Robes are not particularly useful, but whatever. And there's one more collection of zombies. I'm looking for some very specific items. Hopefully some of them will show up. This is where the RNG starts to play into the game. Okay, I might have just got through it. Okay, good. A fire horn, that's a big one. Alright, Donk. You can start playing the fire horn. Yes, we get to hear the horn now. Okay, get our spell points back and another wolf. And go claim our levels. Excellent. And while we're here, Donk, order a drink, ginger ale. The girls are not impressed. That's fine. Oh, come on. You can tell it's late. Line up. Yeah, I'll take that. Hey, come on, I gotta start getting better spell points than that. New spell levels. We're gonna do this particular experience grind until we get to level 7 for the spellcasters. That's experience level 13, caster level 7. Sweet Cheeks is going to remain a conjurer. Mystic is going to change up to being a sorcerer at that point. Okay, that's much better. 91% chance. Use that fire horn, would you? Boom. Unidentified gloves. Possibly Mithril. Probably not. If you would be so kind as to identify them gloves, or if not, I'll take them to Garth. That's fine. Let's re-up our wolves. So from time to time, you'll also, when I go to cast a spell, you'll see me type in a few letters. Sometimes it's just from the name of the spell. This game allows you to search spells by spell name. Sometimes it's a 4-letter code that served as copy protection. Kick those guys out. We'll use that samurai figurine. That's what figurines do. So in the original, if you were playing on Apple II or Commodore 64 or the PC back in the day, you would have had the clue, or not the clue book, but the instruction book with you, oh, for Pete's sake. And all of them, all of the spells would be listed there. And they would all have a 4-letter code beside them. And that is the code you'd have to type in to cast the spell. If you typed in an inoperative code, you wasted a turn. Mithril Chain is nice. I don't think you can use it. Nope. You can. Got those wolves. And we will go to Garth's and sell our stuff. After getting the Organ and Donk Bonkulus some levels here. Okay, good. That's 9. We'll have put the Organ to the point where they cannot... Well, it's not cannot fail. That's the catch. There's always that 5% chance of failure. Bard Sword. Sweet. So when I did a practice run yesterday, I could not get a Bard Sword. So a bard normally can only sing as many songs as they have character levels. So if a bard is level 2, they can sing 2 songs, then their throat dries up and they can't sing anymore until you go and buy them a drink. And that's the standard practice. That's why I bought a wineskin earlier. But here's the thing. A Bard's Sword completely eliminates that restriction. The Bard can now sing as many songs as... Donk can sing as many songs as she likes. And never run out of songs. It's like infinite magic points. So we'll be using that Bard's Sword for pretty much the rest of the game. Rest of the games. Okay, 45. So we're getting some of the things I really want. So the Fire Horn was one, Bard Sword's another. What I would like is a light one. You know, if Santa happens to be listening. Oh, that's one of the reasons why. RRLAT6 is kind of cool, but not actually useful. One more fight. We'll get these whites by the door. Nope. I want the fights where it's one large group. For obvious reasons. Kick. I'll get my levels. More levels means more magic points, means I can hang out longer in the dungeon. Yeah, I'll take that. Yep. Yes. Yeah. That's a whole extra wolf. 7 spell points. Yeah, the start of the game, like with most RPG speedruns, there's a section of grind, and this generally at the start of the game. So we're going to grind here. We're going to grind a little bit at the end of the game as well. More for items there than experience. and we're going to have a little experience and item grind in the third game. I saw that unidentified armor. No? Still didn't get it, okay. Whew. So how's everyone doing? Mithril plate, cool. Mithril plate is nice, but no one can use it in this party. Except the hunter, and the hunter isn't here. I forgot to recover. I forgot to put my wolves back up. Oops. So all my characters are old now. So, old... Chilling with an odd little speedrun, yeah. Well, odd, definitely. Little, I don't know. I mean, little for this marathon, definitely. It's only 4 hours long. Hide. Use. Arrows. What are we doing for... I can't level up while old. Why are old wizards not stronger? Because they're old, I guess. And if you're wondering why I didn't use the heal entire party, it's because the monks would then have healed the wolves, and that would cost me a lot of money. So, level 6. Bards' mystical coat of arms, which I guarantee you was only named that way so that they could use the spell code YMCA for it. Starting to look a little dark. The game also has a day-night cycle. At night, the review board, the people who give me level ups, and Garth's equipment emporium are both closed. So at night, I can't actually level up or sell my stuff. Fortunately, if you enter the Adventurers Guild at nighttime, you leave at dawn. Which is also good, you know, because nighttime is more dangerous in the city. You get much harder monsters showing up. I mean, not particularly hard for this party right now, but for a, you know, a newborn party, it would be difficult. You might have seen there's another summoning spell there, Elix Instant Ogres. Elix Instant Ogres die just as fast as the wolves, so they only serve the same purpose and they cost more. Since they serve the same purpose as the wolves, I'm just going to keep summoning wolves. Hide. Firehorn. Identified weapon. Wolf. The organ. Would you please check into... That was an armor, not a weapon. Mithril mace, not usable. Well, I mean usable. Actually, I should give it to... The wolves are in the party, yep. I've summoned them. They are there to stand in front and take hits. That's entirely their job. And they do it very well. I think we need to consider that perhaps the real wolves were the friends we made along the way. Hide. That firehorn is starting to get worn out. Hopefully you get a replacement. The real friends were the wolves we made along the way. Yeah, that makes more sense. So there, you saw the organ do what rogues do, and that is jump out of the shadows and critically hit things. This is now, in fact. So, when rogues use their Hide and Shadows ability... Ah, they kicked me out. Hear the wolf? The wolf howl tells me it's nighttime. They kicked me out just before I could get my levels. And there's the, yeah, the crow, or the crowing of the rooster. Yeah, yeah. Alright, yeah, we saw that. We'll find better stuff. When will this be now? Okay, we're almost there. One more level to pick up. Traveler's Tomb. I want to cast YMCA. There we go. And since I do not have a source of light, I have to cast one. Just skulls, no other bones. Yeah. Well, these are catacombs, right? It's where you keep, you know, skulls. This is actually the burial preparation chamber. Few but the priests of the mad god have seen this and lived. Yeah, I should throw a sensitivity warning out there. I mean, yes, Tarjan is referred to as the mad god. Also, there is a status effect that can come down on the character, on the party. We would call it confusion, where the character attacks randomly and can sometimes hit members of the own party. This game refers to it as insanity, and it uses the four-letter code to, instead of dead or hide or old, it uses the code nuts, N-U-T-S. So it's not exactly, you know, they could have changed that. But yeah, it is indeed bonkers in the good way. Pain. Oh, I need to kick out the wolves before I can summon more. What's our level at? 13,000 points. Cool. If you're allergic to nuts, yeah. With luck, none of my characters will ever see that status. You will see someone get possessed. That's a thing that will definitely happen. That's a POSS. You may see someone get poisoned. In fact, no, you will definitely see someone get poisoned. A mandolin. Darn, it's nothing fancy. I was hoping it was another fire horn. We're running out of fire horn very quickly. Okay, that's what it's there for. What's our level at? Okay. Take these guys out here. I'd use two left on the fire horn. And we will leave and recover our spell points. I'm not going to take Donk's level just yet. Once that fire horn is out, we need to switch stuff around. So yeah, it's late. It's 2 in the morning. So my play is, let's say, suboptimal. We'll be kind to myself and call it suboptimal. Yeah, the other reason I keep going for these zombies is because there's 45 of them, so I'm much more likely to find an item. And the music has stopped because I just broke. So we're going to start for the mandolin. Whip, thank you. Song list, we're going to go with the Traveler's Tomb. How many wolves? They're not real wolves, they're summoned wolves. That's not the same thing. Okay, we should have it here after these guys. Oh, we can't do that anymore. We've got to rely on spells. Just a little short. Unidentified offhand, that could be what I'm looking for in a light wand. It's a buckler. It's a buckler. It's a cheap shield. Or what? 150 points away. We'll just wipe these guys out and call it a day. Dragon Breath will do. Oh, almost do. Mithril Shield. Don't need that wolf anymore. Because we're going to level up. Yeah, I'll take it. And level 7 spells cost 20,000 gold. And we will class change Mystic into Sorcerer. Okay. But Sweet Cheeks is going to stay as a Conjurer. Not a wolf. Elix Instant Slayer. So look at that armor class. Minus 22. That's pretty awesome, actually. I don't know why I walked all the way around. Also, Mystic can cast Restoration now. So, Slayers aren't actually a part of this game. One of the things that happened when they... oh yes, Apport Arcane. One of the things that happened is they brought the spell lists over from the other games. Slayers are from the second game, and Ice Storm is from the third. So there's not a lot of enemies that actually have... Another Bard Sword, wow. The game is taunting me. Yesterday I couldn't find one. There's not a lot of enemies that have... Here's the map. Oh, there we go. Need my mouse. Gonna Apport Arcane straight to there. Hide in the shadows. There's not a lot of enemies that have the ability to hit armor class that low in this game. Slayer's also critical hit when they attack things. Mystic, phase door, please. Thank you. Right through the wall. If you like the game, if you like the look of the game, I could always use some friends speedrunning it as... I knew it was there. That's the trap. At the moment, I'm the only runner of this game as far as I know. I want to get Mystic. There are some 8s, that's good. Spell acquiring. For level 3, there we go. Class change, Mystic to Wizard. Mystic, the Wizards are the most potent spellcasters in the game, and now we're going to go and tear through some dungeons. The grind is not over, but it's mostly over. So, we're going to go back into the Catacombs. Apport Arcane is a spell you're going to see me use a lot. It allows me to skip past a lot of dungeons. So, yeah, you can't Apport Arcane directly to this floor. That's what Mr. Angry Skull is telling me. Area curses detected. When the skull is entirely an addition. There's Repel Dead, and that will take care of the undead very quickly. The skull is entirely an addition of the remaster. When the eyes are glowing red, that means there's an area curse in effect. When the eyes are glowing blue, that means there's an area blessing in effect. And when they're purple, that means there's a curse and a blessing going on at the same time. Repel Dead. 3 ghouls remaining. We'll just let the Slayers do their work. Thank you. If you're wondering, right over here is my tablet with my notes on it. Let's see here. These encounters are big because they're set encounters. A Dayblade. Good, that's a good one to find. It's Donk. Oh, you got a Bard sword on. But we can hold on to that. Because these are set encounters, they can be that big. Unfortunately, because this is not the legacy mode, I can't revisit these fights, so it's one time only. Hey, another fire horn, sweet. Sorry, Donk, we're going back to the horn. Oh, this one's got some points on it. Good. So the reason I'm taking these out is entirely grind-related. Yeah, we'll use that fire horn. And here. And back in this corner down here, there's a teleporter that takes me to the next section of the dungeon. You can't see it because I get attacked right away, so I'm going to use a spell called Scry Sight, which tells me where I am, and thus reinstitutes the auto map. Run away from a fight here, and take 66 zombies. Yeah, we will fight the infamous Berserker fight later, which is great. But I do need a spellcaster. Now, I know where I am here. This is dark, or this is an anti-magic square. This is darkness, means if I put a light on even then. But we can still see a little bit here. Oh, okay, that's right. Okay, through there. Okay, now for some reason I'm lost. Oops, wrong person. I got turned around. Okay, give me a compass. Okay, can't go that way. Where am I? Okay, cool. I didn't make the turn. Or made the turn too many times. Okay, and there my compass just faded. Here's the Spectre, the Witch King Eldrick. We'll just let the Slayers do their thing, thank you. And I get the Eye. Now we go up here, and we just apport Arcane right back home. I remember playing this on the Commodore 64. Well, not this one. We didn't ever have this one. We had the second and third game. And for this, we're going to change song to the La Clarin. I ran away because it was too far away. There we go. Come on. Thank you. There we go. Sometimes that dragon breathes and it's a horrible amount of damage. We have a Dayblade. Boom. We're going to walk through this wall, phase door, get the Crystal Sword. We're going to cast Apport Arcane, -3 north, +3 east. Stairs going up. This floor we can't teleport to. Right here. And I know there's a trap in front of me here, because I've done this before. Why am I still playing the Luck Laren? I'll be playing the Traveler's Tune. Smoke in my eyes, it's just reduces visibility. I know the answer to this guy's riddle. And here we get the Silver Square. Now we're going to have Sweet Cheeks cast Apport Arcane, and it is +1, -1, +1. The gold statue of a 15-foot tall warrior stands before you. Will you approach it? Yep. The eye levitates from the party and goes into the statue's empty socket. I hunger. The statue comes to life. The walls shake as the statue stands, suddenly flinging marble everywhere. Gaze at the awesomeness of one mad god. The mad god goes down real quick. Oh, a dork ring. Cool. So this is a dork ring is an interesting item. It does absolutely nothing of use to anyone. And when you use it, you get a voice clip going, "You dork." So this is Kiliaran's Amber Tower. I'm going to cast Magic Compass up, make sure I'm going the right way. Darkness. Anti-magic. I go west one step, I'm teleported. I go west a step off the spinner, turn south one step, turn east. Go through the door, and here we go. Stone Golem. I'm teleported again. This is darkness. Go to the wall, turn around, go back south. Wall, turn, and around the wall. Have to answer another question. Passage has been granted. Go south until I stop walking. Turn west, go till I stop walking. Step through there. We're going to cast Scry Sight. We're going to use that Dayblade. Because this is better if I see where I'm going. And we're going to save before I cross through here. Because sometimes those dragons won't let me run, and I get killed. Alright, this is a dark section. I go Magic Compass, make sure I'm facing the right way. North, east, south, 2, 3. West, 1, 2, 3, 4. West 1, and then north until I go through the door to get the silver triangle. Go south to the wall. Turn, go south, go west, go south, 2, 3. Go west, right, east, 2, 3. South, 2, 3. West and north, and west and north. And 2 west, and then south until I get out of the darkness. The other thing about having the compass up is it orients the map. Okay, so here's one of the more interesting encounters we have to deal with. The crystal statue. Now, I picked up that crystal sword a couple seconds ago. The crystal sword is the only thing that can kill the crystal statue permanently. So it keeps coming back to life. This is a miniature grind I'm doing. Ali's carpet is nice, because there's some good items I can get off this. And the crystal golem always drops an item. War staff is not particularly useful. Fight, hide, defend, cast restoration, defend. Good. Ags, arrows. Fight, hide, defend, defend, defend. Mage staff is nice. Fight, hide, defend. Equip that mage staff. And defend. Okay, now I gotta step out. Take the Slayer out. We'll go back into grind. A little more. The song I'm playing now reduces damage. Otherwise, the golem would be pretty consistently knocking out one Slayer around. Ooh. A Sorcerer Staff is not particularly useful. Adamant Sword is not especially useful. Unidentified weapon is not useful yet, but it might be. Restoration. Giant figurine, not useful. What I really want is a thief knife. Diamond sword. Thieves' darts, not... Okay. We're getting rid of the Slayers now. Mystic. I need you to summon some wizard walls for me. And we need to go Donk Bonkulus and equip that crystal sword. There it is. Boom. Okay, now, Donk Bonkulus has to deal the final blow. That makes this a bit of a challenge. So we're going to buff. I want Mage Gauntlets. Donk. Cast Battle Skill on Donk. Everything we're doing here is buffing. Seeker's Ballad. Osgon's Ogre Strength. Wrath of Valhalla. Yep. Defend. Bard Song. Valkentine's Fury. Defend. And now that that's dead, Donk has moved on to the line. There we go, 139 points for a kill. That's why we buff like crazy. Oh, Diamond Dagger. That's a good find. Dagger. Adamant Chain is better than Mithril. And back to the Bard Sword instead of the Crystal. Ditch the Dork Ring. Do a little bit of item equipment management. Power Shield is not necessary. Got 2 unidentified weapons there. Let's see if I can figure out what they are. Nope. 72% chance. A Sorcerer Staff. Oh, what did I just unequip? Mithril Scale, please. Yes, and thank you. Ali's Carpet. Okay, we're good here. Donk does it again. Okay. Now anti-magic hits, takes away my compass. This is a long and winding passage. Oh, you'll notice that Mystic's magic points are healing up. That's what the Mage Staff does. Heals magic points. If we were standing in the sun, she'd be healing 2 at a turn. Anyway, in the dark section, there's a voice that will tell you, beware the sting at the end of the serpent's tail. So there's the sting at the end of the serpent's tail. It's in here. It just kills you. Yeah, I got an organ behind me. Where do you think the name came from? There's a rotator in the middle of there. There's a teleporter in the corner of this. I have to go around the rotator. And I get teleported. And I follow another winding path, and we'll go and meet Kiliaran. And he gives me the Onyx key and vanishes. Yep, we'll take the stairs down. We don't need these wizard walls. We do need to go to Garth's equipment shop and get rid of a bunch of stuff. I have to be careful. Another Dayblade, good, we'll hold on to that. Because you can actually sell plot critical items. Don't need another Bard Sword. See, those are plot critical items. I can sell them. There's nothing stopping me from selling them. I can buy them back. That's the thing, right? And I don't need the Crystal Sword anymore, so I can sell that. I definitely need the Onyx Key. Let's go take our levels. Advancement. Spell acquiring. And Dispossess is a spell I need. Class change to Conjurer. Now, Mystic will spend the rest of this game in Conjurer, because Conjurers have a lower experience threshold for levels. So, oh, for Pete's sake, I did it again. So, Mystic and Sweet Cheeks are going to continue to be Conjurers, because that means that they can make the most. They can make the most out of their, out of the experience I'm getting them. Now we got to go back down here. Got to go through this samurai, who will not live very long. Here we go. And we need to go to the wine cellar. This is the only place that sells wine. It says go down to pick out one yourself. And again, I'm just going to completely trivialize this dungeon by teleporting -6, -5, and -3. Boom. Long stairs up that go to the lower corner of Skara. Why am I pointing at the screen? You can't see that. And this is Mangar's Tower. We wouldn't be able to go up these stairs without the Onyx Key. And again, I don't particularly feel like actually doing this dungeon, so we'll just go to there. This is a level of the dungeon that's in darkness. We go west to the wall. We go east 2, we go north to the wall. West 2, turn north, we cast a trap zap. We turn 1, 2, 3. That double darkness tells me I've been teleported. Turn around, trap zap. And now I'm on a spinner. You can see I wasn't making those turns. I was just trying to get there myself. Get to that direction. It just randomly spins you around. We need to go up here through this darkness, around a little spirally passage. And we kick in the door here. The Keymaster has something to sell us for 50,000. The Master Key. The Master Key I want equipped because the Master Key means that I don't get spun by spinners anymore. Now I go all the way around. One, two, three, four, five, six. Turn south. Speak the seven of the one God. Lie with passion. With passion. And be forever damned. The stairs have materialized. Back into the darkness, we go 1, 2, 3. Turn this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Turn south. 1, 2, 3. The wall. Get attacked here. I did not want to take this fight, which is why I saved. And these stairs would not be here, except we did that thing. Now we're going to do our final little grind here. It's for items. 50 ghouls. A spirit helm and Zen arrows, neither of which are useful. We go down the stairs, we go up the stairs. If I were playing in Legacy mode or playing on the Commodore or the Apple, those stairs would disappear, and I would have to once again go and talk to the magic mouth and say lie with passion or be forever damned. Ogre wand and thieves darts. Nothing useful so far. This is where I'm looking for, specifically again, looking for some specific items. Handpipes and a conjure staff are big ones. Travel helm is another one. The organ did not dodge. Reload. Fortunately, I hadn't found anything of vital use. Conjure staff, thief knife, travel helm, lore helm. Ark's hammer is nice. Unidentified weapon might be the thief knife. But the organ, why don't you have a look at that? Conjure staff, even better. Conjure staff. So where the mage staff regenerates spell points, the conjure staff just makes spells cost half as much. So yeah, we're saving that. We're going to be using that right up to the end of the game. So all of Mystic's spells currently cost half what they normally would. Deathring is not as fancy as you might think. Tap zap, we're going to go to organ, we're going to try and identify that unidentified. Okay. This game has some instant respawns. I couldn't do it on the bottom floor of the catacombs. It all depends. Some of them are listed as truth drum is not what I want. Some of them will come back, some of them won't. An immovable rod and a spinner to make the whole dungeon turn. Yikes. That's some. That sounds like some min-maxing, some D&D min-maxing right there. Then arrows, diamond dagger. We already have a diamond dagger. We don't need another one. That's cool. Thief dagger is what I want. Thief knife. Thief knife. See, and I wouldn't be doing this except that I've got 2 more games to get through. Power Staff. Power Staff isn't as fun as it sounds. I'm basically ready to beat this game. But I've got 2 more games to worry about, so I've got other stuff to do here. second Conjure Staff. Brilliant. I just effectively doubled my magic points. Or to save, or I'll lose it. Lore Helm's a good one. Yeah, it is really nice that the game lets you transfer characters. That was actually a feature originally from the games. Transferring characters from one to the next. In fact, you could transfer characters between series. You could bring your characters into the Bard's Tale from Wizardry, I believe. Stoneblade is a good one. We'll hold on to that. And you could transfer Bard's Tale characters into Ultima 3. Then arrows, diamond plate. We're actually finding some decent equipment for the hunter, even though the hunter is not currently in the party. So when I duck out, I will probably take a second and equip the hunter. Unidentified arrow is not important. I have not really experimented with ranged combat all that much. I maybe should. I know a hunter keeps their critical hit ability if you use ranged attacks with them. I don't know if the rogue does. And if the rogue does, that can make a big difference. Pan's pipes, thank you, that's a big one. Pan's pipes are a source of light that do not expire. And when I say that, I mean literally. They don't have charges, they just never run out. Unidentified ring, let's see if we can identify it. Spirit helm was not useful. Control ring. Control ring can be useful. It provides a little bit of hit point regeneration. The other thing is that this is also secretly a money grind. Dragon Wand, Spirit Drum. And yeah, if I switch to drums, you get to hear, like, that tune being pounded out on the drums. Flame Flute is good. Unidentified helm, maybe another lore helm. That's always nice. Travel helm, bingo. That's a big find. So the travel helm lets me cast Apport Arcane at will. Well, it's got charges, so eventually it will break, but I don't have to use up. Well, it used to be 15 magic points, now it's 7. Don't have to use up 7 magic points to use Apport Arcane. There's another travel helm. Nice. It's also just a decent piece of armor. Okay, my bag is starting to get full. So we'll take another couple cracks at this. Figure. Then we'll go get the silver circle and disappear to go sell our stuff. Our well-gotten gains. And, did I get a flame flute? Maybe switch over to that. Power staff, spirit helm. Still, 2 conjure staffs, a couple travel helms. That's some good stuff. Did I get a flame flute? Yes, I did. A 3rd conjure staff and an Ibarra shield. Well, If I was going to go out, that's a good way to go out. Donk, would you be so kind as to use the travel helm? Now I have to do a little bit of math. I am there. I need to go north 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And west 1, 2, I think, and up -2. Nope, wrong spot. Cool. Use those pan pipes to give me some light. Let us phase... Oh, let's phase through that wall. There it is. I missed it by 1. Boom. Now a silver circle, and I've got 40 items, and it's time to duck out. Use that travel helm. Boom. With these gates here that I'm going through are locked. With the master key, I can get back through them. We'll just let the Slayers do some work here. And on our way back, let's stop by Baron Harkon's domain again. There's some unfinished business here. While I'm here, though, I'm going to ditch a couple things just so I have room for equipment, just in case something else comes in. I ditch the mage staff. I don't need it anymore. Ogre one, we don't need. Okay, so we're going to swing back by Baron Harkon's domain. We're going to use that travel helm. We're going to go 5 north. We're going to go 12 east. And we're going to go up by 2. The Legion of Baron Harkon stand before you, recognizing you as intruders. Death to them, they scream. Yeah, there's a few of them. But I ain't too worried, because I have some big spells I can throw at them. You'll forgive me. This is the only break I get in the game. It's the Flame Flute on the Berserkers. Yeah, 396 to be specific. And I think we'll just let the Slayers do their work. Because they can't hit the Slayers. 253,000 experience. Oh yeah, and now the room is filled with the body of dead berserkers. Sweet cheeks, get us out of here. So yeah, there was a little bit of unfinished business there. And again, if you're playing in Legacy mode, which is an option in this game, turning off the modern conveniences, or if you're playing an original version, whether it's the PC version or whatnot, that fight you can leave the floor and come back to, and just keep doing 400 berserkers over and over and over and over and over again. That was a lot of 5s on that hide and shadows. And that's why they're conjurers. All those levels. Now we got some spell points behind us. Alright, here we go. We're going to sell some stuff. Oh, we're going to identify that. It's an Arc's Hammer. Okay. We don't need the Dayblades anymore. Get rid of the Zen Arrows. We do not sell those. We need those. We're going to hold on to a Conjure Staff, Magic Mouth, Ogre Wand, Arc's Hammers we don't need. Diamond Plate we're going to hold on to. Death Ring is not useful. We've got... Yeah, those are nice. The Bard should be equipped with the Abar Shield. Dragon Wand. drum, spirit helm, soul ring, dragon figurine. Hold on to the panpipes, the stone blade, the onyx key. Sell the diamond daggers. Now we're going to stop by here. We're going to remove the organ, add in Bront. Bront, you're going to get equipped with stuff way beyond your pay grade. You should have the Ibarra shield. You've got to travel home. That's cool. I'm going to remove Bront and not create, add organ back in. 1, 2, 3, 7, 4, 5, 6. There we go. Definitely do not want to sell the conjure staff. Yep, we're going to keep all that stuff. And a bard song, please, the Wayland's Watch. Strawberries everywhere. Wrong way. This way. There's this, you can pass the stables by the city gates. You can go to the city gates, they're snowed in, you can't leave. But the stables, you can go talk to the stable master. He tells you there's no horses, monsters ate them all. Okay, so, I'm gonna go to this here. So, that's the magic compass. I'm gonna go west to the wall, as we did before. Go north this way, turn this way, turn this way. Going to trap zap. Turn this way. 1, 2, we're going to trap zap again. We're going to lose our compass there because there's an anti-magic square. And go up the stairs. I like the way this sounds. Got darkness squares in here. Panpipes. And let's use that lower helm. That will warn me of stuff upcoming. Spinner there, something special. I didn't get a Keel's Compass, which is unfortunate. Spinner there, but holding the master key, I don't have to worry about spinners. There's a couple red dragons right here. They sleep if you're using your you're using a song. Run away! Run away! That's another thing I didn't get that would have been nice. Speed boots. They increase your chance to escape. This is one of the weirdest squares in all of RPG gaming. This spot turns all the walls into doors and all the doors into walls. Boom. And we get teleported back here. So all these things that were walls before, it's the only way to get into here. Not cast, use. Ali's carpet. And we float up here. Teleport. Get hit here. Smoke in our eyes. Get a fight with 5 storm giants. We get darkness. Walk to the wall. Turn north. And here, someone gets possessed. Okay, good. We can deal with that. It's Mystic that's got dispossess. Boom. Uh-oh. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna load. Seems like an absolute nightmare casually. I have played it casually. It's a bit of one. Dispossess. Not disbelieve. No, no. Hide. Cast dispossess. Thank you. There we go. Turn north. Step through here. We get teleported. Trap ahead. Trap zap it. Yeah, it is kind of the genre. There's a lot of trial and error. And again, you're never actually... There is no game over state, which is nice. if you get wiped out, your characters get dragged back to the Adventurers Guild. Pool of boiling liquid, let's jump in. Sure, why not? 4 specters, let's run away. And those silver things we've been collecting are useful. Oh, hey, there's a trap in front of us. We're not going that way. We're going around. Mangar is right through the door that you barely saw there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Turn north. 1, 2, 3. Turn 1, turn 1, 2. Turn this way. Detects movement ahead. 1, 2. Cast Trap Sap. Oh, geez. That wasn't nice at all. And I tried to run. Tried to hide. Hopefully we can break on through. Let's try and push those evil eyes away. Run. Not the end of the world. I want Slayers. And Restoration. Through here, I know the answer to this. It's the Spectre Snare. Spectre Snare has been added to the party's equipment. It is an awesome piece of equipment that we will be using extensively. That was scary, but I made it. We can cast here Bards Mystic Coat of Armor. And I'm going to change my song to the Laclaren. And final fight, Mangar. This often is terrible. I'm going to try and get away with this. Flame Flute on the Vampire Lords. Going to cast Farfo on the Demon Lords and see if I can get away. Okay, good. The Demon Lords are far away. We are going to hide in the shadows. Donk, you're going to use that Flame Flute on the Wraith. Pick out enemies. No. Yes, that's how we're going to do this. We're going to use the Flame Flute on the Wraith. We're going to kick out the monsters, and we're going to cast anti-magic here, and kick them out. There we go. And he summoned a greater demon. Hide in the shadows. Use that Flame Flute. No, use the Spectre Snare on a Demon Lord, please and thank you. We're going to use Death Strike on the greater demon. Arcfire, sure, why not? There. I have one of the... Oh, Donk Bonkulus has been possessed. That's bad. Oh, we've lost our hide in the shadows. Okay. Dispossess, Donk Bonkulus, please and thank you. And what am I going to do here? What can I do? I can... Okay, good. Greater Demon. Hide in the shadows. Use that Spectre Snare again on the Demon Lord. The Spectre Snare casts a spell called Baelor's Spellbind, which binds a target. Get rid of that Greater Demon if I can. Storm Giant. Cool. Hide in the shadows. Use the Flame Flute. Storm Giant. Cast Disbelieve. Defend. Party disbelieves the Storm Giant. Boom. It's just Mangar. Hide in the shadows. Attack Mangar. Oh, one of the Demon Lords summoned a greater demon for me. Isn't that nice? Actually, this fight is going exceedingly well. Normally this fight ends with just the rogue stabbing things from the shadows. Flame Flute, good. Kiliaran gives us 300,000 experience points and a bunch of money. And before we leave, we're going to unequip the Master Key. Make sure we got all the stuff I want. I want you to have your Bard Sword back. We're going to sell those things we do not need. The Master Key we do not need. Thor Figure we do not need. The Onyx Key we do not need. The Spectre Snare we're going to hold on to. Alright, now we're going to go to the second game. Game 1 is done. Begin Volume 2, The Destiny Knight, with a full power transfer, please. And why not, let's have a dramatic reading. Thank you. Thank you for the GG. I could skip this, but... Game 2, Volume 2, The Destiny Knight. A letter received. Greetings, heroes! My name is Saradon, a wizard of some fame and little fortune. Every bard in Caith sings of your victory over Mangar and his vile horde in Skara Brae. Thus, even though we have never met, I am seeking you out. Our land now faces a danger even greater than Mangar, an evil that could leave it open to invasion and bloody conquest. The Destiny Wand, which has kept us safe for 700 years, has been shattered into 7 fragments by the Archmage Legoth Santa. And those fragments hidden all across the realm. Until you recover them, reforge the wand, and defeat Legoth Santa, Caith is in peril. Save her, I beg you. Now I must hurry, for while I was attempting to glean knowledge of Santa, he sensed my prying magic, and even now his Lestrade mercenaries approach. I care not for my own safety, but I pray my magic will keep this letter safe until it reaches your hands. May fate smile upon you and me. There's the King's Emissary. Now, we have to have a little fun here, so we need to remove everyone but the organ. Santa Claus. We want to buy some lamps. Normally, when I get to this game, the rogue is the only character left alive. So, I don't actually have to remove them, I just travel with a bunch of corpses. So this is, as the game said, we are here to reassemble the broken, the very broken... Oh, we're done here. Destiny Wand. Oh, it's not that one. That one. I'm going to be saving a lot in here. This is the Grey Crypt, and I want to stress just how terrible this dungeon is. It's awful. This is the 6th dungeon for a segment of the Destiny Wand. We're looking for segment number 6 in here. And the game will basically let you know that this is terrible. I want to go 1-2 steps from here and teleport up here. I didn't get run away. Run away. Go up to the wall. This whole dungeon is anti-magic. Everywhere in here is anti-magic. You can't cast spells. You can't heal your party. This whole dungeon, casually, is a nightmare. It is, without question, the worst dungeon, in my opinion, without question, the worst dungeon there is, because you are absolutely reliant on your equipment. And I didn't get either of the 2 things I would have wanted from my late game item grind, which would be speed boots, which would make running away from these fights much more certain. Five. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. And then it's 1, 2, 3 in a fight. And then it's 1, 2, 3. Turn south and go through the wall. And I'm going back this way. Through the wall there. And it is wise ones. Oops. Wise one. I think I like you. He likes me enough to open the gate to the next floor, which is... I don't know if that's a like issue at that point. I didn't manage to run away. Managed to hide, though, so they can't find me. 1, 2 steps, and teleport again. Turn around. And look for that door in the wall. I am using a map, if you're wondering. I have not done this enough to memorize it, besides which, like I said, it's terrible. Where am I? Where am I? Oh, okay, I'm there. Stairs going down. Okay. I'm facing west. I go through that wall. Oh, I tried to run away. Up here. Oh, this wall. Where are we? We are there. The Tomb of the Vampire Dragon. The one fight I have to take in here. Hide. Attack. Critically hitting for 8 points of damage. Killing. That's all it is. Very tempting, but we're going to leave that alone. And now we get the first death snare. So the seven segments of the wand are in death snares. And you can see the timer's already ticking down. 900 seconds I have. Take the teleporter here. That puts it there. I'm going to go this way along the wall. And it says the spinner is gone, which is important. To talk to this guy, the game you thrice must commit. Now I'll see you in a bit. There would be a spinner right there. Yes, I think you got it. That's item 1. And since I don't have Keel's compass, I don't have my map. A sequence lost must now be found. With that, I think I'll see you around. I have to go 1, 2, 3, 4 in here. And go to this one. That's... If I step on the wrong one, it yells, "Mistake!" And then I have to start all over again. And this is tough to do without the map. I'm working on it. And this one's straight across here. Around. As a friend of mine once said, as much as this is a speed run, slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. And if I make a mistake in here, well, it's not fast. Hear that lovely heartbeat? Just reminding me that, you know, if I screw up, I'm dead. The death snares are appropriately named. If you run out of time in them, you lose. You die. You get sent back to the Adventurers Guild in Tangermain. Game thrice you must now commit. So here. Got it. These guys open or create 2 of the doors. So doors 2 and 4 are open when I talk to the one in blue. When I talk to the one in gray, doors 1 and 3 are open. And this is my 3rd time around. And this should do it. Oh. Wand segment 6 has been added to my inventory. We're discussing mechanics of old D&D. I see. So we're now in the town of... Ephesus. I hope I went to the right one. I went to Colossus. I'm in the wrong place. I'm gonna say it looked funny. Okay, we'll speed up getting back there later. There's Ephesus. I don't need to go to the temple. It's so weird. All right, we do need to go here. This is the review board. Get some levels. So, in the first game, class change Mystic to Archmage. In the first game, we were limited, our stats were limited to 18. In this game, they're limited to 20. In the next game, they're limited to 30. So I want to take my levels as much as possible in the third game. Approach the Scarlet Bard, buy magical tunes. I need the Melee March, and I need the Spell Song. And Sanctuary Score. Okay, for now we'll just do... Okay, now I've got there, I've got that, I've got that. Alright. Oh, Mystic can be equipped now with wand segment number 6. And we can go down into the Temple of Darkness and the tombs. Use Travel Helm. 10, 8, and -1. The Keymaster. He's going to sell me the Master Key. Again. Not Sweet Cheeks Mystic. We're going to Apport Arcane. 620. Goes down. Now we need to make sure I'm facing the right direction. I tried to run. Not sure why I didn't get away there. Make them hurt for it, though. There, got away. So, you might notice the flame that designates my light is blue right now. In past, it's been red. Blue flames indicate that I'm using a spell that will, or spell or ability or item that will allow me to see secret doors. Okay, the first snare. Give me a scry sight, thank you. Give me my map back. You look thirsty. But before we get thirsty, we need to talk to this guy. Allow the old warrior to join. Foul fountain. Let's drink it. Oh, we're all poisoned. Look at that. Hey, it's a toxic giant. He's not interested. He's very toxic, as a matter of fact. He's not interested in joining. And yes, the timer is still running while I'm in these fights. Oh, right, I can't actually do that to him. Hide, attack. A torch. Use that one segment, please. Because I need you to be equipped with the torch. And now we just go back with the torch. Boom. And we have got one, well, we will have one segment number 1. Boom. Done. 1 down. 1 and 7 down. Or 1 and 6 down. So 2 down, I guess? Roscoe's gone headless. Or bodiless, I guess. Let's get out of here. Oh yeah, old warrior. Have to unequip the torch because it won't let me kick him out while he's equipped with something. When he's equipped with a key item. Now I can go back to Colossus and I can just cast my way over there because I was there before. Now we just have 2 members now. Stop that. Yeah. You should have... Yep. Okay, good. Yes. And make sure we're fully equipped here. Yep. So this is our party now for pretty much the rest of the game. Here we go. So this is Colossus. This is not where I'm supposed to be. I should be doing number 2, not number 7, but whatever. We'll do it out of order. It'll be fine. That's not good. Flame Flute on the Knight of Diamonds. And cast Rhyme Fang, I guess. Rhyme Fang actually hits all foes. Or that happens. Fantastic. We gotta reload. Oh! I need to save more often. Okay, I know how to do this one. And we got a better warrior this time, so we probably... I don't know what just happened there, but it's... Huh. That's new. That's a crash. Let's try and get that back, shall we? What's the old saying? That's never happened before? Scry Sight tells you your distance from the entry stairs, and it does so in a way that it does so even if you're in anti-magic, which is nice. There we go. Got a torch. And now I can use one segment. Alright, so I've not actually lost a whole lot there. Boom. And this time I can go to the right location instead of the wrong one. Yeah, I'm entirely unsure as to what just happened there. Because, like, that's never happened to me. Okay. Now we'll go to the right place. Which is not Colossus, but Fanscar's castle. This, I'm running it on PC. It's available on GOG. I think it's also available on Steam. Anti-magic. What song we are going to use? Valence Watch. And we're going to use Lord Helm. Oh my goodness, how come oh, I'm not getting away from things because I didn't get my speed boots. There's my teleport. I'm back. Those are squares that will reduce my magic points. There. Yeah, these were these are re-releases and upgrades. They were they were made at the same time as the 4th installment of the Bard's Tale, or around there. I think as part of the promotion to do it. Okay, through here is Fanscar. We're going to change equipment. Spectre Snare. I think you're in trouble. I don't. Hide in the shadows. Use that Spectre Snare on Fanscar. Defend. Oh yeah, bosses can be instant killed in this game. Or, you know, mind controlled. Boom. So through here is the 2nd snare. One door, it's pick a door. It's always this door. And actually, there's a really interesting puzzle that goes along with that pick a door. Didn't get away. The really interesting puzzle that goes along with that pick a door. Okay, don't give me some light. So if you wander in that area, okay, there's 2 down. As in number 2. I've got 3 segments of the wand, but that's number 2 down. If you wander in that area, you'll find a within the snare, you will find a man in black robes who says the door on the right is correct, or something along those lines. And if you wander to the other side of that area, you will find someone who says, you'll find a man in white robes who says the man in black robes tells the truth. But before you get to that area, if you explore through all of Fanscar's castle, you'll find in one corner another man who says the man in white robes always lies. So yeah, it's the door on the left. Okay, now we're teleported here. Going to Scry Site. Gonna hope our lack of speed boots doesn't bother us too much. Walls are gonna close in behind us here, it's fine. Pardon the choppy music. Didn't get away. Reload. Didn't get away. Reload. Now, it's not too crunchy game. It is kind of one of the pillars, the original foundational games of this nature. The plan is near. And now we've got all sorts of silence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Use. Here we go. Go. Melee March. When we look at a statue, it comes to life. We have a Spectre Snare. Look at a statue, it comes to life. We still have a Spectre Snare. Ring of Return. I'm not actually sure what that does. Death and Drek. Dragon Wand. We don't need the friend anymore. Give me blood. And now I can put my party out like that. And I go through this door and it teleports me upstairs. This is all silence, which is mildly irritating. Gotta make sure I'm going the right way. Yeah. The fight here. The 7th. There are 6 other hints. I don't need them anymore because I've got them all written down. So this one I need... This is the longest snare. I need a drink. Now, longest snare, I mean, it gives me a half an hour to do it. But I also have to... I'm also lagging because I'm tired. Oh, shoot. The minimap is extremely useful here. Okay, I don't actually want to answer the question yet. Sorry, but wrong. No! So this gives me a little story. You've been hearing about this Zen Master throughout the entire game. There's the Zen Master. Why? Where am I? Okay, where am I? All right, we're gonna reload. So, follow this. Nope. I'm not sure where I went wrong there. I am following a map, I'm just not following it very well. Zen Master, we'll get rid of D'Artagnan. Okay, there I am. And I'm facing east. Again? Why is that not working on? Take a look at my map a little more closely. Alright. So even though this is all anti-magic, that's what the sort of red wavery effect is for. Anti-magic. I did it again. Also going to use the Zen Master. What's going on here? How come I can't? What? Something is weird. Okay, that's where I should be. Yep, there we are. I need to go up here and answer the question and get the ring. And you need to be wearing the ring. Okay, pardon that weirdness, but that was weird. Okay, first loop. 1, 2, 3 south, west, north, 1, 2, 4 west, north, 1, 2, 3, 4 east, north, west, north, north. We get teleported back here. We have to do 7 loops. That's why this one gives us a half an hour. If you're trying to figure this out, also, I now can answer this question and skip past the darkened section, which is good because that darkened section was giving me no end of trouble. Okay, second loop. 1, 2, 3 south. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 west. 1, 2 north. West. North. East. South, south. 1, 2 north. West. North. East, east, north. So yeah, all those doors shift and change every time you do a loop. If you explore through the level, the floor that we were on, you can find all the paths. West, south, east, south, south. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 west. 1, 2, 3, 4 north. 1, 2, 3 south. 1, 2, 3, and 2 north, and we're out. That's 3 loops. Storm fists. Yeah, all of this is anti-magic and anti-music. West, south, west, west, north, east, north. I've also done this completely in the dark once. It is not, like, don't recommend it. It's unfun in the worst way. Anti-magic doesn't prevent using items. 1, 2, 3 south. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 north. 1, 2, 3, 4 north. 1, 2 north. East, east, north, and we're out. Sixth loop. Yeah, anti-magic doesn't prevent using items, which is why I wanted those pan pipes. 1, 2, 3 south, west, 2 north, west, 2 south, 1, 2, 3, 4 west, north, 1, 2, 3 east, north, north, east, north, and final loop. Here we go. This is still not as bad as the Grey Crypt, which is the first dungeon I did, but it's close. 1, 2, 3. That's not the right way. You go south first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. West, south, south. West, west. North, north, north. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know. Legal Santa. Get that wrong, bad things happen. 1 segment 7. Okay. That's done. I got beat up a bit, so which is silly. I have the 1 segment 6. I don't know why I did that, but here we are. It is done now. All right. And around we go, and we leave Kolos. And I need to go and stop at a little hut on the way. Did I miss it? There it is. Tried to miss it. Speak to Kazdek. We need the item of Kazdek. That's what it's called. It's just called the item of Kazdek. We need it later. We don't need it right now. Okay, welcome to Thessalonica and the Maze of Dread. Take the stairs. Cast. Apport Arcane. It is 1 -1 -1. Press button 3 and exit. And we're just going to ignore the warnings. Get away. Save. Training center, weapons and stealth. Put some music on. Let's have a tune. The real-time puzzle snare. This is for one segment number 5, or number 4. Okay, here we go. Greetings again, ye potential corpses. I love that greeting. So, before we can actually do the snare, we need to get this little bit. Though seemingly of little value, repetitiveness is definitely endurable. Look, there's a capital E on that. At least up to 5 times. Then it just becomes insanity. So it's telling you, you gotta do this thing 5 times. This one's actually fairly tight on time. If you're figuring it out. It's not tight on time if you're speedrunning it. Yes, yes. So, you get the vial from there. V-I-A-L, not V-I-L-E. And then you go into this segment of darkness here. 1, 2, 3. You get this. The value of rote actions, they're definitely endurable. And we go and get the vial again. That's 1. Actually, I'm going to change my song to the Seeker's Ballad. Because that will give me light as soon as I step out of the darkness. 1, 2. Endurable. Again, anti-magic doesn't prevent me from using items, so at some point I'll just use 1 segment 6 and heal the party. That's another reason I grab 1 segment 6 first. This is the 3rd loop. It's 3. Keep the faith, kid. Yes, yes. One, 2, 3. It's 4 times through. So, even when I was casually playing this, I never actually had enough trouble with any of these that I was in any sort of time constraints. Done. 1 segment 4. Boom. And out we go. Now we need to go from Thessalonica to Philippi. I don't know if we have any biblical scholars in the crowd, but these are all places that, other than Tangermain, which is the first town, these are all places that Paul wrote letters to. I mean, Rome, no, obviously not, but Philippi, Ephesus. All right, so this is Dargoth's Tower. We can't get in there without the master key that we got in the first dungeon. So we're going to Apport Arcane. Where are we going? We're going 622. Speak the three in sequence. Three in sequence are Earth, Come Past, Mountain. Correct, your portal to the next level is now operational. We're gonna need that. Up here. Alright, not everything has two sides. That's telling me something about this particular maze up here. There are one-sided walls or one-sided pathways. I have a pathway written through here. Nope. That door? Yes, that door. Or 3, you see, cannot be free. That's a hint to what's coming later. Thank you. Dayblade's nice, but I would have preferred speed boots. I didn't want to there. Okay, a bit of silence. Then 1, 2, 3 in the dark. Turn north. 1, 2, 3. Turn east. 1, 2. Turn 1, 2, 3, 4. Turn west, east. Stairs going up. Turn south. 1, 2 to the wall. 1, 2. And let's re-equip Bard Sword. Long list. I didn't get away, and that's going to be a big fight, so we'll skip that. Okay, now, the 10 in sequence. There are clues hidden all around the previous and this floor. But of course I know them. Water, lie, slave, gold, hate, rooster, large, early, bard, and women. For 10, you see, cannot be men. Being teleported. Here is the third snare. I need to go south. Okay, go through here. A voice is heard laughing, but I'm in the right place. So. Battle cry is havoc. Got the dagger! Exclamation point. Get through here, and we're back there. Where do I need to go? This is where I always get lost. That's where the voice is heard laughing. Through this door. Look at the wall. You don't like that tune? Let's throw on Spell Song. I am now your jukebox, briefly. And we're out of Dargoth's tower. And I need to go to Corinth, which should be our last... Yeah, it's our last one. Take the stairway. And we're going to immediately cast Apport Arcane because it trivializes this dungeon. -1 and +1. There are stairs up, so we're now on the 3rd floor. I want some light. So in this dungeon, there's tripwires. If you don't get out of the hallway fast enough, your party just gets annihilated. Void Voids. Down through here. Blue Ghosts and Void Voids. So that I can see where the door is. And we're going to lose our light. Right here. We're just going to walk straight across here. And the word is still. Walk across the top of this room. And one more. One step, turn north, and there we go. We're out of the darkness. I wouldn't have to quick save so much, but I don't have speed boosts to get away from these fights. You wouldn't have stairs there if you didn't cast, or if you didn't answer the riddle. Okay, west. Anti-magic kills my compass, which is why the mini-map disoriented and just goes to follow our facing. Long hallways. We're almost done with this game. Here we go. One, two, three. Go south. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. I didn't get away. Prime Fang. Here's the next snare. The last one I have to do. It's actually the 5th one. Seek the solution before you're totally lost. Alright. So first step, come straight through here. We'll say this guy's name, it's Rock. We no longer need the Basilisk. Follow the corridor to the right. And this guy is named Scissor, which is curious. Do I need to do any prep going towards the 3rd game? No, once I finish this, it's just go to it. I don't have to do anything after this. I need to reorganize them. Rock, paper, scissor. And then this one will tell me what I need to know. And I go through this one, I believe. Fingers crossed I got it right. Yes, good. One segment 5 has been added. And that's all of them. And that's Oscon's fort. And again, the game has a day-night cycle, so, I mean, this is the night of the first day. Store my spell points, because I'm going to need them. One segment 7 casts the Brothers Kringle, which summons a bunch of dudes into my party. We are going to need a Bard Song Spell Song, please. I'm already using it. Cool. We need to go here to the Temple of Norn. Narn. Approach the altar with Mystic. Something strange is happening. Mystic has become the one of legend known to all as the Destiny Knight. Power courses through her as never felt before. The full extent of Mystic's powers are as yet unknown. But they appear to be incredible. It was foretold you shall receive power when the spirit has come upon you. You must now go and be a witness to this of this to all. The scepter has been added to the party inventory. The scepter is going to be equipped because we need it. Okay. Now we go to the final fight. So yeah, you can also see that Mystic has been designated the Destiny Knight. The Destiny Knight does not kill. Here we go. Does not get killed. Need Bard Song. Let's do... We've already got Spell Song going. What can I get away with? Sanctuary Score. And the Scepter on the Boulder Guards. The Scepter just does a ton of damage. So do they. But the Destiny Knight doesn't die. Every time the Destiny Knight would be killed, instead, the Destiny Knight loses 2 spell points. So, it's now a race. Can I defeat this entire fight before my spell points run out? Good. Left one alive. I'm glad that left one alive, because that means that Lego Santa can't actually summon anything into that spot. Come on. D. Oh, fantastic. That's practically ideal. Legoth Santa is now my target. Fight, you enter D, yes. F, you enter D, yes. Yes. And that's Legoth Santa down. Then I just scepter the rest of these. And we're done. And that's game 2 down. The king shows up, says, hey, you did a good job. And now we begin the Thief of Fate. Here we go. Treat the undead with respect. In other words, kill them quickly. Get a nice little song. Come hear the tale of Skara Brae, a god returned to have his way. Creatures of darkness, spawn of night. The mad one's kin destroyed the site. So yeah, we're going back to Skara Brae. It's been ruined now. It's really an interesting twist on things. Defenders fell, their bane came true. Garth, Roscoe, Killiaran too. As doom approached, the helpless fled. It did no good, the streets ran red. So interestingly, in this game, there's no survivors few, they sit and mope, with one final ray of hope. Cross time and space, the legends say, heroes at last to steal the day. It is the Thief of Fate. So in this particular game, there are no shops. There are temples. There are places I can buy specific spells and songs, but there's no equipment shops in this game at all. The Thief of Fate. As I lay dying, I leave this record so those who come after will know what horrors that the mad god Tarjan has perpetrated, and so that they will not be lulled into believing that Skara Brae was his sole target. We held a great festival to celebrate the victory over Mangar. Then Mangar's master, the mad god Tarjan, arrived. His shadow ravaged the city, and foul creatures burst forth to assault fair Skara Brae. People ran, but Tarjan's minions left none untouched. Tarjan gloated that Skara Brae was merely one in a series of conquests that would complete his revenge. He laughed when I promised that the legendary Hawkslayer and those who defeated Mangar would return again to triumph. As payment for my threat, he gave me a swift twist of his jeweled sword into my belly. Tarjan must be stopped, for upon this rests the fate of more than Skara Brae, more than Kaith. Failure will mean the extinction of all life, save for the wretched Tarjan and his servile parasites. Pray for success and life renewed. Here we go. Finally, we add the hunter into the fight. See if there's anything I can... Yeah, over here. Okay, anything that is not going to be equipped or usable, you're getting rid of. stone blade is a fine piece of equipment for you. Goes the Spectre Snare. Both work. Alright. Like I said, there are no shops here. What are we gonna do? I've got panpipes, I don't need a Dayblade. Okay. Enter the wilderness. New order. The hunter, the rogue, the archmage, the conjurer, and the bard, I guess, because the bard cannot be placed. So here we go. Yeah, Bron's back, and we'll stay in the party. The party is not going to change now. So we're going to take all the stuff in here. Just take it all. Most of it we're going to throw out immediately. But, don't need those. We will need one of those. Youth potion. Fire horn. No, we got flame flutes. We're good with that. Return travel helm. Okay, cool. It's all good. Come down here. The first place we need to go... Be a break. Where did they come from? First place we need to go is up here to the review board. You are the prophesied ones. You've come too early. No matter. The old man. Beneath Scarabray you'll find one of Tarjan's devotees. Brilhasti Abtarj is a foul necromancer, and his life impedes my efforts to stave off disaster. Regardless of all that, Mystic's going to be getting some levels here. I was hoping for more intelligence than that. I should have save scummed it. Oh well. Here's the one I want. Cast Mystic Heal All. Boom. Now we need to come down here. And I'm afraid we have a song. Donk, teach me a song. The safety song. Sir Robin's tune, that is, yes. Sir Robin, as in Monty Python and the Holy Grail. He was not at all afraid to be killed in nasty ways, right? And... Ooh. Neat. Alright. We're going to be singing the safety song. And you're going to be hearing that for basically the rest of the game. The safety song eliminates every random encounter. We're going to ignore, we're going to say chaos. We are going to use Ali's carpet. We're going to use the travel helm. And what is my coordinates? It is 1 and -2. There's a portal below me. This is the bottom of Unterbrei. If I step off these squares, we're into spinners, and that's annoying. See? I did it again. Told you I'm tired. Okay. We want to go around the outside of this one. We've got darkness in here. Turn, we go 1, 2, 3. Turn north. And just go straight for the wall. Boom. Bard song. We're going to throw the spell song up. We are going to use the Ibarra shield. And we are going to go to war with Brilhasti Abtarj. Bard song, Traveler's Tune. Use the Spectre Snare on Brilhasti. Hide in the shadows. We're going to throw some Vanskar's Night Lance at the Dark Guards. And yeah, that's about that. Battle skill for Donk. A Brilhasti appears. Look at that. We're going to use the Flame Flute on the Dark Guards. Going to try and use that Spectre Snare, but Braun's probably going to get killed before that happens. Yeah. Okay, and attack, hide, attack, attack. Attack. Flame knife, and up we go. Alright. Now, we're going to do the last bit of save scumming, I promise. So, the old man spreads his arms, your warriors are instantly advanced to level 35, your mages are given the wisdom of a 5th level archmage, now truly ready for the adventures ahead. What I'm looking for is a lot of intelligence on Bront. That did not happen. Constitution hit 30, but 34 levels, I need to have lots of intelligence coming off that. 19 is not enough. $17 is not enough. I'm liking the numbers for Constitution, that's good. But I really want Bront to have some intelligence. You'll also note that Mystic isn't gaining anything from that because Mystic is already more than a 5th level Archmage. Okay, come on, come on. Give me at least 20. Give me at least 20. I'll suffer with 20. 22. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, now we need to class change Mystic into the Chronomancer. Do I accept the sacrifice? Yeah. The sacrifice is all of her old spells. Mystic now only has Chronomancer spells. None of the old spells that she used to have. Bard, Rogue, Real Hasty, Hunter. There we go. So yeah, Chronomancer level 1. That is my favorite picture. Sweet Cheeks is now an Archmage. There's Brill Hasty. We don't actually need him around. Okay, away we go. Now, he's sending us to the land of Arborea to retrieve Valerian's bow and the arrows of life. So, that's our first place to go. Oops. Sometimes it lags when that happens. Apport Arborea. Hawkslayer. Hey, dude. Alright. So the first thing we're going to do is go for a swim. Oops. We enter the water. We're going to immediately use the travel helm. It is 1, 3, through here. Nature of the Life Spring. Donk, you've got a wineskin. Fill some of that wineskin with the water of life, would you? Thank you. And then we're just going to get out of here. We start drowning. Next goal is down here. We need an acorn. Odd thing to pick up. Use that travel helm. We're just going up 2. We're not going to take the stairs down. We are going to use the panpipe so I can see what I'm doing. There's an acorn-sized hole in the ground. Wonder what we put there. And of course it needs to grow, so we give it a little water of life. It, lifts the disc up, let us pass freely. Upstairs. And, right, I need to switch back to the safety song. Right, I'm getting turned around. There we go. Darkness. Step through, there's a fight there. Explosive gas there. There's a trap ahead of me. Not what I wanted. I wanted trap sap, thank you. And we found the Night Spear. We need that. This is Valerian's tower. We're sent to find Valerian's bow and the arrows of life. We need to go into this festering pit. Use that travel helm. And we go -1, -2, -1. Oh no, -1 + 2, -1. That was close. This is Solasa Garnath. We're just gonna take him out. Attack. Hide. Use the Spectre Snare. Defend. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, fine. Attack. Done. Without the Night Spear, Salatha will come back. We just have to, unlike the Crystal Golem in the first game, we just have to have the Night Spear in our inventory. And now we have Salatha's heart and head. We're going to go here. We're going to get 1 Aerofolia leaf. Aerofolia lets you breathe underwater, which can be very useful if you're trying to breathe underwater. We're going to go talk to the king. He tells me to go get the head of Salatha Garnath, which I've already done. Now I can enter the Sacred Grove. Where are you? Donk. Handpipes. Down to here. Sticky. You know, we need to put Salatha's heart in there, and it needs to be beating, so a little water of life. And there is Valerian's bow and the arrows of life. And we can't teleport through here, otherwise I absolutely would. Living beating heart in the bowl. So what you're missing a lot of the time when I'm playing this so quickly is a lot of the descriptions, which are actually really good. A lot of the writing is really good. Okay, now we leave here. Hawkslayer's not going to stick around. Or he's not going to stay with the party. He's going to leave when we leave. Not use, cast. Mystic. We need Reditus Arborea. Home we go. And back up to Scarab Ray. Yeah, I always thought it's a little bit revolutionary that they would take a established part of their lore. Now he says, go to Cold Peak and Lanitir, or the Wand of Power and the Sphere of Lanitir. He gives us a bunch of experience, revitalizes the spellcasters, and we're going to look for some... Now we're getting some spell points. Stick is not getting many spell points. Yeah, I'm afraid I'm going to have to get some more spell points on my caster there. Intelligence. Intelligence, thank you. Intelligence, nope. Okay, well, now we're going to find those new spells. We're going to find out those Conjure Staves are very useful, since we don't have a lot of magic points. But that's alright, we've got Conjure Staves. Now we need to go to Jalidia. So in the north here, there's Old Peak. At Port Jalidia, we turn east, go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we turn south. If we walk around too much around here, we will start to freeze. Alright, use that travel helm. We need to go, this is the Ice Keep, we need to, oh no, we don't want to travel home here, we need to stop that. We need to phase door. Ront has, okay, yep. So this is a puzzle. Wolf to sate hunger, and we'll... So in order to get into these towers, we need, first of all, to... well, just what I did there. Spell song. Spell song? Spell song. we need to solve the puzzle, and then we get this fight up here. And the Keepers of the Grey Tower, the 7 Grey Wizards. These fights can be really rough. Laclaren, hide. We're going to use that Spectre Snare. Going to cast out some Godfire. And here I want Disrupt Illusion. Got Spell Song going already. Seeker's Ballad, hide. Use that Spectre Snare. Godfire. And Nightlands. Yeah, I need to heal, obviously. Too far away for that. Fire Shield. Hide. Can't use the Spectre Snare anymore. And Restoration. Sanctuary. Attack. We're going to try Melee Men. They resisted. Okay. Sometimes it's worth a try. Got our Kilnfest to help heal up. We got 1 down. And might actually just have to advance on them. Disrupted Illusions, so we're not going to get anything like that. Right. Use the Flame Flute, hide. Attack, not going to do anything. And we're going to cast Restoration. Dance. Attack. No. Flame Flute, attack. Attack, I guess, just in case they advance on me. Restoration. They did advance on me, as a matter of fact. Cool. Hide, attack. This should do it. There we are. 1 down. Several bodies are stacked here. It looks like they have been run through La Machine. Out we go back into this part of the world. Donk, use that travel helm. I need to go -1, so just 1 step west. It says Shimmering Magical Curtain. It gives me a little poem, which I have to interpret and cast the proper spells. No, not yet. Put the Grey Wizards at the front. Okay, and this is the White Tower. So we are going to... Oh yes, I regenerate magic points while I'm standing here. Just in case you missed it. The White Tower. Use that travel helm. It is 4 and 3. Boom. 6 White Wizards. Take the chance. Okay. Oh, this is fine. Laclaren. Where are we? Hunter, attack. The White Wizards. Mystic is going to cast Wither Fist on the White Wizards, and you are just going to cast Heal. Laclaren is done. Spell Song is already in effect. Sanctuary. Attack the White Wizards. Cast Wither Fist. Cast Heal. Hide in the shadows. We're down to 4 White Wizards already. That's good. Bard Song. Got our Kilnfest to help heal up. Attack. Cast Wither Fist, cast a Preclusion to try and stop them from summoning more herbs. Good, 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 good. This fight is going quite well. Oh, attack, attack, defend, defend, attack. We'll just march up on Herb. There we go. Crystal lens done. Okay, 2 down. There are 3 lenses I need. And once more the... Oh, fudge. I still got 1 left. Okay. There's a glitch in the game, which I know will surprise all of you. But if you happen to... empty a container, you can't fill it again, and we need to fill it again. Okay. Black Tower. The Black Tower is actually hard to navigate. Fortunately, I don't have to. 3 and 3. There's a random encounter here, and then 5 Black Wizards. Okay, Bard Song. Luck Laren. Attack. Cast a Luck Chant, please. Preclusion. Hide in the shadows. So they were trying to summon things and it fizzled. That's what Preclusion does. We'll be using that a fair bit. Sanctuary. And unfortunately, you can't use the Spellbind. You can't use the Spectre Snare. Oh dear. Can't use the Spectre Snare if your party's full. That is a bad situation right there. Yeah. Stoned Flesh on Donk. Hide. They advanced, thank you. Cast Frost Force. Cast Stone to Flesh on Bront. Attack. Sweet Cheeks got stoned. Okay, that's an untenable situation. And this is why I pick saved. 3 and 3. Run away. Okay. Fight. We'll fight from here. Luck Laren. Defend. Cast the Luck Chant, please. And cast a Preclusion. Hide in the shadows. What are they doing? Are they doing Petrify? Yeah, that's all they're doing. Petrify. Okay, cool. Hey, Bront. Kick. Mystic. Far Death on the Slayer. I don't want the Slayer hitting me. Donk. Hide. Okay, we're gonna switch my song up to Luck Laren from here. No, not Falcon Time's Fury. Luck Laren. 3 and 3. Run away. Bard Song. Spell Song. Defend. Luck Chant, please. Cast a Preclusion. Hide in the shadows. Zap me, that's fine. That's okay. He missed the Hide in the shadows, though. Kiln Fest. Defend. Cast Frost Force. Cast Restoration. Hide in the shadows, please. Would you stop that? Quit getting my guys all stoned. Kick. Frost Force. We're going to do Stone to Flesh on Donk. Hide. They advanced. Thank you. Use that Spectre Snare. Frost Force. Cast Heal All. Hide in the shadows. There, I got one of them. Frost Force. Cast Stone to Flesh. They're being particularly mean to me. Don't think the Flame Flute will reach up that far. Oh, it will. Okay, cool. Frost Force. Cast, Hide in the Shadows. Got a Slayer again to deal with. Like having you there. Far Death on the Slayer. Death Strike on the Slayer. Hide in the Shadows. That Flame Flute on the Black Wizard. Defend here on the back row. There we go. We're out of here. Blacklands at it. Several bodies look like they've been run through the garbage disposal. Okay. Let's make sure my order is good here. Otherwise, I'm going to get into a fight that's going to be disastrous. And we need to kick these guys out. Let's do it by hand. Donk. I go from here. -1, -6. There's 3 holes for lenses. Boom. And then there's a passageway that goes down. Right? And pipes. Smoke in my eyes, we're in the right direction, and here's the stairs going down. I'm going to take a step there, we are going to cast a Trap Sap. I'm going to walk through. Okay. So in here is an air of malevolence, which would cause any summoned or recruited creatures to attack me. I don't particularly want to fight those guys again. So, yeah. So I don't. We're going to heal for a sec, then we're going to take that hit. And here's Lanatyr's stuff. We got Lanatyr's stuff because Lanatyr is already dead, as Tarjan has been here already. Well, now you've got a chance. I mean, if you want. They're quite good. Cast Mystic Reditus Gelidia. Do I need money check? Yeah, I've got money. What are you doing there? Okay, let's go through here. And Sweet Cheeks is going to heal everyone before we go in there, because the old man will recover our spell points, and we're going to save. Now for Lucentia, we need to get the Crown of Truth and the Belt of Illyria. We're going to get some points of intelligence. Good. Okay, spell acquiring. Skringle, identify a youth. Okay, and I'm actually going to cast Identify on the Ring of Return. Use a safety spell. Cool. Okay, I didn't know that. I've never run into one of them before. That's not true. I ran into one in my test run last night, but... That's good to know, because safety spell, I believe, will take me back to the refugee camp here. We need to cast Apport Lucentia. Okay. My first stop is over here. We need to get a rose. The white rose. It's good. Then we're going up here. The Violet Mountain. we're going to use Travel Helm, -6 to the east and up 1. And we're going to fight the Rainbow Dragon. By fight, I mean we're going to use the Spectre Snare. Boom. A tungsten shield, crystal key, and the body of the dragon, despite the fact that the dragon isn't dead, is surrounded by shimmering blood. Let's get some of that blood. Put the Rainbow Dragon in front. Though actually that's not going to matter because I can't keep the Rainbow Dragon alive right now. Because we're going to run into some Air of Malevolence soon, which means that the dragon will turn on me. Because we have to go and see Cyanus in his tower. Cyanus' tower. And of course, we don't have the crystal key. We can't open that door. Get teleported here. There, yep. Stuck. Looking at my map. I need to go this way and cast the Trap Sap. That's the trap there. I need to turn this way and cast a Trap Sap. And we're going to use those panpipes again. Healing points. Smoke in my eyes. Anti-magic. And then ascension in my ranks. So we're going to hide in the shadows. We're going to defend. Party attack the Rainbow Dragon. Bar death the Rainbow Dragon. Death strike the Rainbow Dragon. Done. Okay, good. We're going to keep that dragon around, though. So, what was that? Cyanus and Illyria as they once were. So, Illyria, of course, has been killed by Tarjan. Cyanus did not take this well. So, small demons repeatedly play through battles old and forgotten. Yeah, Cyanus and his foul insanity pulse through this level. So, Cyanus was driven that Cyanus' shrill voice crying, "Friend, why can you not save my beloved?" The image of Hawkslayer. Yeah. Don't want to stand there. Stand there, that's fine. So Cyanus is weeping in anguish. We need to fix him. Illyria was murdered many moons ago by something far more powerful than anything she's ever fought. Tarjan tortured her before she died, and I was forced to watch it happen. So, a bard can open the black crystal that blocks the only way in, but beware the dangers if you don't take precautions. A magic triangle. This is why we need a bard. Now, unfortunately, Cyanus' tower is entirely teleport-proof, which is, like, extremely annoying. Otherwise, I would just teleport out. But I can't, because it's entirely teleport-proof. Oh, yeah, there's a trap there. There's also a trap this way, I think. There? Yep. No. Oh my goodness. Okay, and this is about the last dungeon that we can't teleport through. There's a couple others that have... Well, until we get to the very end of the game. There's a couple others that have places that we have to go through a bit. So there's the 4th rose, the yellow rose. And then here is a rose bush that doesn't have any roses on it. Fortunately, we have some dragon blood. And we get the rainbow rose. And now we actually go to the town. The town of Solaria Bree. Because here, I can listen to the bard, Thiel's Overture. Thiel's Overture is a song that Donk Bonkulus can now use in battle. And the wizards can buy a new spell. Divine Intervention. That's a big one. So Divine Intervention fully heals the party, cures any sort of illness other than being aged, and takes all illusionary monsters and makes them real. So here's Illyria's tomb, and it's been desecrated by demons. And if you use Divine Intervention in battle, you get, you also get big bonuses to hit and to resist spells, as well as, big bonuses to hit and resist spells, and big bonuses to your armor class. So Divine Intervention's a pretty significant spell. Here's where we use the magic triangle. Boom. There's up, and now we have this puzzle. I want the Flower of Truth. There's a series of... there's a song you can listen to at the Bards Hall that will tell you which flower is which. Now, you can actually give the shade the wrong flower. She just takes it and disappears. And then, you know, you may have to go get another one. Want the Flower of Valor. Flower of Valor is... Ooh. So we're going to try not to do that. Oh, yeah. Our kinship is red. And of course, if I accidentally give away the rainbow rose, then I've got to use more dragon blood to get more rainbow roses. Oops, I want the Flower of Nature. That's the yellow one. And of course, the last flower that is asked for is the Flower of Illyria. And that is the Rainbow Rose. And we get the Crown of Truth and the Belt of Illyria. And we can teleport out of this place. We got what we came for. Past Mystic Reditus Lucentia. Not really much more to say. We've got that one down. Next place we are going is Kinestia, where we're supposed to get Pharaoh Fist's... is it Pharaoh Fist's helm and the Hammer of Wrath, I think. Okay, and now it's very important that we get some intelligence on Bront. Nope. Nope. Come on, Bront. Come on. Get some smarts. No, come on. Just give me some intelligence. Just a little bit. That's all I need. Okay, we'll take it. Spell acquisition. Fatal Fist and Shadow Shield. The last spells. Mangar's Mallet. Okay. Through here. Back out. Okay, to get to Kinestia, we have to go to the Dwarven Mines in the far south. It's down here. There. Okay, and we are going to completely invalidate this dungeon by just teleporting around it. That travel home. We are going 13 or 11 east. Passageway here. Travel home. We need to go 3 north. Get the right key. 3 south. Travel home. 4 and 6. Yep. Take that passage. And we need to go 8 and -1. We need the left key. And we need to go -1 and 1. And we're going to travel home, and we're going 4 and 6. No, we're doing that. 6 and -4. The workshop. And from here, we go 3 and -4, because I don't have a no spin ring. Got 2 locks on here. The left key turns 15 times. The right key turns 18 times. And then we go down. And we cast our phase door through here. We can't actually teleport here. And we go down again. So, thick amber liquid soaks through your clothing and chills your flesh. We're actually swimming, so we're going to use that Aerifolia leaf. Now the party can breathe underwater. Look at that. It's almost like I collected that knowing this was here. It only lasts for 100 steps. But that's fine. We're not going to take that many. A light from the south cuts through, and we can swim up to the opening. This is Urmek's Sanctum. So Pharaoh Fist built machines. This is the Urmek. The machines rose up against him. Our job is to kill the Urmek and take Pharaoh Fist's stuff. But no, we can accommodate. Pharaoh Fist created me to summons the gods' pact barring further creation, and through this heinous act help free the Dark One. But what of me? I've done no evil except to live. I have in turn created others of my kind to protect me. If you're not playing the safety song and wandering around, you get lots of fights with mechanical creatures. The items you seek are in the inner sanctum. I have no need of them, they are yours to take. I've discovered a type of magic I will share with you if you're willing. Those who wish to learn my magic should meet me at the rear of my sanctum. There I will instill this new power in your blood. That is why we have Bront. So let's get Pharaoh Fist's Helm and the Hammer of Wrath. The machine will instill into a warrior, bard, paladin, hunter, or monk the ability to use magic. You'll be more than a warrior, you will be a geomancer. You'll lose some of your fighter abilities and skills. Bront. Boom. Geomancer. Now we have to walk back. The place is still hostile, even though... now we climb back into here, and we go from the viscous plane, we apport back to there. Now we have a Geomancer. Geomancer has some really cool spells that we need. It is fast. Geomancer's top level spell is... our top level spells are Jolt Bolt, which is a pretty big attack spell, but Earth Maw. Earth Maw is an attack on a group that just kills the entire group. You know, the ground opens up and devours them. And that's that. Okay, now before we go back, we have to do our final grind. Speak to the priest, we say Chaos. So this is going to be our final grind. Donk. Oh no, let's do it this way. Apport Arcane, Travel Helm. Drop down. Okay, we're going to change songs to the spell song. So what we need is 700,000 experience on the Geomancer. 700,000. We have this lovely Bard song called Kiel's Overture that does a nice all attack when used in combat. $700K seems a lot. Yeah, it is a bit. Oh, I need to... That's a problem. I need to equip the Geomancer. I forgot. Can't use the Spectre Snare. Lux Shield is useful. Lux Shield and Pure Shield. Bronze equipment. Conjure Staff we'll be using later, but for right now, I need you with Stone Blade. Tungsten Shield. What else we need to... Pure Shield I can get rid of. Okay, and then we're going to go to Sweet Cheeks, and we're going to cast Traps Up. Going to fight bravely. Bard Song Kiel's Overture. Bard Song Kiel's Overture. We're also getting some pretty cool items while we do this. Drums of Death. Hide. Attack the Magic Eater, defend. Okay, so Drums of Death. Hide, Bard Song Kiel's Overture. How much are we getting per encounter? Well, they go by quick. See, there's 17,000 for that one. That was a pretty good one. That one's only 7,000. But the funny thing is, the experience doesn't scale well in this game. You don't wind up getting a whole lot better experience if you go elsewhere. At least not commensurate to the amount of actual danger in the combats. Especially because PL's Overture just literally trebuchets its way through these guys. That's the spell it's casting. It's called Trebuchet. It's a Geomancer spell. Breath Ring is nice. It doesn't do what you think it does. It helps resist breath attacks. And the organ is actually going to equip that. Hide. Yeah. Usually it takes 4 trips through this area to get there. There's a bunch of enemies right here. Get through. Okay. Trying to make sure I don't run out of space in my inventory. Harmonic gems are good. Harmonic gems allow me to recover spell points. Since Roscoe's Energy Emporium is gone, now if we leave the floor, let's take a look at this equipment setup. We don't need the Deadly Rag. Dragon Shield is slightly better, but I want the Luck Shield on. Flame Knife is better as a weapon. Certificate I do not need. Don't need the Soothing Balm. Don't need both wineskins. Backup isn't a bad idea. Really could have just ditched that. I'm not going to use it. Identified offhand. Bard Bow we do not need. Dragon Shield. Another Conjure Staff. Well, that's one more than we actually need. So we'll ditch one. Flutes. Wrath Harmonic Gems. Master Wand. Dance Pipes we're holding on to. Pure Shield we don't need. Thor's Hammer. You know what? You don't need that. Oh, the ranged attack is nice. But we don't need it. Vanquisher figurine. Alright. Back down. If you're wondering, we got 230,000 on that first trip through. The reason for that amount is because that will allow the Geomancer to have... How long is the game's campaign with casual playthrough? I have no idea. Anyway, I'll finish one thought first. With that level of experience, the Geomancer will be able to get top-level spells, which is, you know, what I want. Because we're going to get big bonuses from completing quests from the old man. Oh, there's 2 magic eaters there. I didn't even see them. Still 2 magic eaters there. What am I doing? I'm going to blame being very tired at this point. Right. And... how long does the casual campaign go? That, I guess, depends on how used to games like this you are. I took, I think, to do all 3, bearing in mind that I had some experience with them as a younger individual. I saw you there. I took about 50 hours, probably, to do all 3. Staff of Lore is a nice pickup. Canteen is not something I need. Oh, I maybe shouldn't have done a run yesterday. Okay, shock harp. More drums of death. Drums of Death cast, I believe it's Far Death, or maybe Death Strike. Whatever, it's an instant kill spell when used as an item. We're at 47, that's good. I want to hold on to that Conjure Staff. Dragon Shield's not going to be of use. Couple luck shields here. What's the Bard using for a shield? Oh, the Ibarra shield, yeah. Oh, luck shield. Actually, no. We've got better Power Staff. Ibarra shield. Don't need the Youth Potions then. Don't need that. Master Wand, Ring of Power. And you can try and identify... Oh, Adamant. Well, hello, Shiner. That's an awesome raid. You're just in time to catch me doing my final grind at the halfway mark or so of the final game. And watch me get more and more tired as I do this. Where do they all come from? No, not L:, L'. With luck, this will be the last walkthrough we have to do. Without luck, well, we'll have to do another one. Harmonic Gem is good. We'll need those later. Right. Right, here. Waltz Flute is not something we need. Holy Hand Grenade. This is the famous organ, yeah? You want to play it? Sure, just come on by anytime. I love to show it off. I do play it on stream too, though I haven't for a bit because I've just been busy with other stuff. Hi. Bard song. Oh, okay. So this is, for those who just joined us, this is the third game of the Bard's Tale trilogy. I have nursed these characters from the start of the series. And they continue right now into the end. We've just sort of passed the halfway point, and I'm doing my final grind, leading into the latter half of the game. The reason for it is Bront there just changed their class to Geomancer from Hunter, and we need to get Bront some experience so that they can cast the spells that end things. Okay. I saw that unidentified show up. Don't need the figurine. Do not need the figurines. Don't need the flame knife. Yeah, that's a holy hand grenade. Build. Yeah, you got a luck shield, you got a luck shield. Green. Got a wineskin we need. Don't need the arrow, doesn't matter what it is. Ato's Bracer. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Equip that, thank you. Ato's Bracer makes the monster recruits immune to getting turned against me, which is the reason the dragon is dead. Now I can bring the dragon back to life and have it front my party. Bront, are we there yet? Oh, we're close, we're close. Just a couple more fights. And then we'll be done. Then we head up, see the old man collect our big big experience bonus, and then move on to the next realm that Tarjan has already been to and ravaged. We're there. All right. Good. Climb up. Do not need to speak to the priest. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter how dark it gets, the old man never goes away. Alliance with the Dark One. Now to Tenebrosia for you. Spell must be cast at Shadow Rock. Paradox lives there. Helm of Justice and Shadow's Cloak. Okay, exit. Okay, we need some high magic points here. 12, 11, 12, 13, 10. Yeah, there's some intelligence. 13, 13, 13. Good. Claim all those levels from the grind. Some spell points. My goodness, just not getting intelligence. And we need spell acquiring for Bront. Okay. Yeah, casually playing diatonically tuned timpani drums. All the music in this game is diegetic, as I've said before. Oh, speaking of which, I should change my song. So anything the bard is playing, actually we're going to stop here, we're going to leave some items behind. We're going to leave behind the key, the knight spear, the key, the triangle. Okay, and that's it, good. So, all music in the game is diegetic. It means that if you're hearing music, it's because the bard is playing it. Good job. I am quite tired, so I've made this excuse a few times. Where's the Shadow Rock? I've lost it. There it is. Okay, cast. Apport Tenebrosia. We end up in nowhere. And the first place we need to go is the town of Black Scar. This town reeks of evil. That's okay, we're just pausing here for a moment. Because, much like in Solaria Bree, or in Sierra Brunaya, there's a Bards Hall and a Wizards Guild. And here we can buy Götterdämmerung. So, to give you an idea of what Götterdämmerung does, I mean, if you don't know what the name is, listen to the Bard get the Minstrel Shield. So the top spell for an Archmage is called Mangar's Mallet. It hits all foes out to 90 feet and does between 200 and 800 damage. It costs 80 spell points. The top spell for a Chronomancer is called Fatal Fist. It hits all foes out to 90 feet and does 400 to 1600 damage. Same thing for Jolt Bolt, which is the top Geomancer spell. Earth Ward grabs that the entire level. And Götterdämmerung costs so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, these panpipes. I can't see that far. That's the problem. There's the spot I'm looking for. Rather than go through that maze, we're just going to go right here and get some tar. Some gooey, tasty tar. Collect it in a wineskin. The perfect vessel for carrying tar. Anyway. My point being, Götterdämmerung costs 150 magic points and deals about 2,000 damage to every target. We need to go in here. Dense forest. And we collected this tar, right? Just set parts of the forest casually on fire. And there we go. The shadow door. And I've cleared my path back out here. All right, now we go across here. The Great Canyon. We're going to use that travel helm. We're going to use it up. We need to go minus 12 plus 8. And we need to go to Gong and equip the other travel helm that we managed to pick up. There we go. And we go through that wall. Oh yeah. Shadow lock. So now we've got the door and the lock. Back to where we came in. And we go to the middle of nowhere. Right here, the middle of nowhere. We use the shadow door, put it on the ground. Need a way to open it. We put the lock in there and it springs open. We jump down. And now once more we trivialize a dungeon by using the teleport ability. Travel helm. We go 9, 6, and minus 1. Walk through the wall. And here's where Skadu is. We're going to change our song because I want Melee March. Fight. All right, Bard's song, Laclaren. Really not much. I tried petrifying, but it's probably not going to work. The Götterdämmerung, 75 points. Well, 75 because of battle skill. Interesting. He's decided not to push me away. Seeker Song. Normally he pushes me away, and then I have to fight him from a distance. Luck Chant again. Anti-magic would be great. Okay, cool. He's deciding to fight. That's great. Minstrel Shield. Slayer. Let's stab Skadu in the back. Attack the Slayer. Oh, he did Farfo. Figures. Now I've got to sneak up there again. Hey, would you mind not? Let's cast some Preclusion. Hopefully that keeps him from summoning things. Thank you. 60, 70, attack. There we go. Critically hitting. Damn you, Tarjan. Then falls unconscious. We got his cloak and the Helm of Justice. Why would he ally himself with the Dark One? And actually, we're going to try something. Try that Ring of Return. Cool. Great. It does what I hoped it would. Sent me back there. Sent me back to the refugee camp. Took all my money away, but I don't need money at this point. Which isn't true. I do need money. Because I have to buy the spells for the Geomancer. Okay, where is Shield and the Strife Spear? It is almost done. We have to go to Termitia. Advancement. But I can't pay for spells. Yeah, so we'll have to come... I don't need them right now, but I will have to get them. I will have to get some later. That was... We'll call it an experiment. Okay, Termitia is right here. Cast at Port Termitia. Termitia is a super interesting dungeon. We're in Berlin, like it says. But we're in Berlin 1945, right? Now, I'm not going to go actually through the dungeon because, you know, I know the answers. But, okay. My numbers, it's -8 and +9. So yeah, because I know all the way through this, I don't actually have to do that stuff. Minstrel Shield. Come for my shield, earn it. Here's Wira. Hide in the Shadows. Bard Song, LaClaren. And cast... what do I want? I want Shadow Shield. I want Preclusion. Thank you. Hide. 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 Secrets. Yeah, melee march is fine. And cast battle skill on Organ. Hide. Bard Song. I want Seeker's Ballad. And cast Wrath of Valhalla. Oh, it's the wrong character. Organ. Hide. Attack. Critically hitting. 30,000. That's all the experience. All of them. Gave Hawkslayer the Strife Spear. You didn't think mere mortals could kill me. Here, my shield is yours. You'll find it in the next room. Smile fades. Wild screeching sound fills the room. Black shapes manifest themselves all around you. Uh-oh is all Wera can see as you see 6 black slayers. These guys can be a problem. Melee march. We are going to try and get rid of them before they become one. Glacier Strike is not what I want. Trebuchet. Nuke. Nuke. Attack. Bard Song. Trebuchet. Cast. Gotterdammerung. Gotterdammerung. Done. Okay, good. Poison Dagger and Ag's Arrows. Okay, and Wera is dead. It takes a god to kill a god. Drink deep of his blood. Okay, Wera's shield is added to the party inventory, and then we can use the travel helm, go -1, +1. And there's a teleporter there that automatically takes us back to the refugee camp. Okay. Now, because of my little experiment, I unfortunately have to do touch more grinding, but it's for money. And, oh no! He's dead. He's been slain by the Mad One. He tells us how to get to Malefia. Okay, and I need to grind up 30,000 gold and do that the same way we ground money. Or ground experience. Yeah. Did the thing. We will do the same thing we did before. Good job. Oh, fudge. I'm still singing the safety song. Crystal sword. Not useful. Another one of the funny things about the game is that you don't actually get more money from later fights. So efficiency in money grinding is actually right here. I mean, you can get more money in later fights. It depends on how they stack up. But money is distributed based on number of enemies, not based on difficulty of them. So fighting lots of little enemies will give you more money than fighting small numbers of bad enemies. Elf boots, nice. There we go. Elf boots. Okay, so things we're still missing. Speed boots, which I no longer need because I have the safety song, which you're hearing right now. And, oh, I also, since the old man is dead at the review board, we can't actually get my level here. I have to go back to one of the other places. And he gave us all the stuff we retrieved for him. What? Okay, we're out of place to put stuff. Don't need to turn. Grenade, don't need. Hawkblade is useless. Hey. All the stuff we've been snagging for him. He gave it to us, which is good because we're going to equip it. Here we go. Gadu's cloak, the helm of justice. Okay, rogue should have Valerian's bow and the arrows of life as well. Gadu's cloak, helm of justice. Bards should be carrying the belt of Illyria. You should have. Or a shield, and eventually the strife spear. Where can use that? And Spear of Lanateer, Wand of Power. Okay. What's there? Switch back to the safety song, and we need to go to and Ambrosia. And Black Scar, and the Wizards Guild at the middle of town can actually give us levels and teach us spells. Which is good, actually. We're almost there. We just have the last biggest puzzle to take care of. Spell acquiring Magma Blast and Earth Maw and Jolt Bolt. Okay. Now I can use that safety. Well, I got rid of the safety ring, but I can use the spell. Boom. We come down here and into the gross, disgusting sulfur spring, and we cast Apport Malefia. So here's Hawkslayer. He's been squished. We're the only hope for reality. So now we have the Strife Spear. Yeah, they are expensive spells. Okay, now we have to do the 6 gods. So the 6 gods that we have alternately met and failed to save are all trapped here. So Malefia is a huge, and when I say huge, I mean it's really big. It's 3 floors, 22 by 22 each floor. And it's a big interconnected maze full of monsters that are ready and able to kill you. And through it, you have to find... basically, you have to explore the whole thing. You have to find the 6 gods. And the reason you have their stuff, here's Valerian, is because that's how you free them. Cannot be defeated by what he can see. That's a hint on how to beat Tarjan. The game is called The Thief of Fate, and remember, the thief has the ability to hide in shadow. Well, not just hide in shadows. I need to cast Magic Compass. I know which way I'm facing. Alright. Malefia is also so evil that the walls just glow. So even though I don't have a light on, I can still see where I'm going. And as often as not, I'm actually looking at the map. Anyway. We have to take one fight here and run away, because there's a silence square on the same spot as there is. This way. Portal going down. And here is Lanatir. Sphere of Lanatir. Go oppose usurper's usurper. I need to go north. 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 Game! Thank you! Okay, now I can safely put the light back on. I'm not walking through explosives anymore. One of the things you can get when you're doing those grinds is what's called a no-spin ring, which prevents spinning. Spinners will leave you alone. And right here we have the form of a god, which is Illyria. There we use the belt. Legions, horrid and vast. We go down here. We go over here. Climb the stairs. Save just in case I screw up. Nope. Going back to this teleporter and back to where we were before. I'm following a different line. Go up here. Is that right? No, I've already done that. That I want to come here and see Skadu. Use the organ, Skadu's cloak. Here's the big hint. Hold his allies at bay. So I'm going to need to do that. Because the allies are the worst part of big fights at the end. I go there. Someday maybe I'll have played this enough to actually know my way around without having to look it up. It's through the door. I knew that. Pharaoh Fist. What do I use for Pharaoh Fist? Use the helm. The Geomancer has that. He opened the gates of hell. I really wish I could teleport around this place. It would be the big delivery quest with a dabble of murder afterwards. Yeah, kinda. Except a lot of the cases, the murder's already been done. That was stupid. I'm glad glad it missed me. Cast Earthward. Boom. Gets rid of traps. And here's the last one. Wera. It can be stolen from the jaws of defeat and open the way to a new generation. Here we go. The first mini-boss fight. I need to change bronze equipment. Conjure Staff. I need to use some harmonic gems. And we'll leave it at that. Oh, and I need to change my song to the Minstrel Shield. They will make a perfect sacrifice. Okay, here we go. The first big fight. We're going to hide in the shadows. We're going to Bard's Song. Some Laclaren. We're going to cast Earthmaw. So that should hopefully take care of the Black Paladins. We're going to cast Force of Tarjan at the Rock Demons. And we're going to cast Preclusion. There they go. Attack the High Priestess. That should take care of her. Bard's Song. Traveler's Tune. Cast an Earthmaw at the Pit Demons. And Nuke. And that's that. That's the first fight down. Staff of Gods. That is a fantastic find. So, where the Conjure Staff halves, the Staff of Gods quarters the costs of casting spells. It's almost unfair. Okay. Still on a spinner here. Go north. We're coming in. Okay. Let's see here. This is my second fight. Actually, I need to switch back. Okay, I need to go donk. I need to put on the Spectre Snare. We're not done with it yet. Okay, here we go. Lava pit. Okay. Vortexes are a problem. Vortexes drain magic when they hit. Hide and Shadows, 100% chance. Fantastic. Melee March. You're going to cast Earth Maw on the Tarjan Warriors. Oh, wait, no. First things first. We must use that Spectre Snare on Redbeard. Earth Maw on the Tarjan Warriors. Luck Chant, please. And what do I need here? Divine Intervention. I got Redbeard. And I did the Earth Maw successfully. Okay, fantastic. Now it's a matter of killing vortexes. So we need not use, we need to change equipment to Strife Spear. Defend and nuke. Vortexes are basically, vortexes are immune to, vortexes are immune to magic entirely. Yeah, I was when I was first coming through here, and trying to figure out the reason I couldn't kill things here. It's because they have way too many hit points down here. And that's fight 2 down. 2 more to go. A Heartseeker. Titanium suit. Who can use a titanium suit? Just a warrior and geomancer. Fantastic. Fantastic. Good. Heartseeker, I think, is a weapon. Yep. Okay, I don't know what a firebrand is for, so we're not going to bother with it. Okay, now we need to fall through some stars. Interesting. Put Redbeard at the front. And we need some light. I'd have to see where I'm going. Don't want to go the wrong way. Bring spell points is nice. Don't want to get attacked here. All right, here we go again. Restoration. We're going to once more switch Bront back to not the Conjure Staff, the Staff of Gods. You're going to use some Harmonic Gems. Redbeard is my homie forever, yeah. There are squares in the dungeon that can turn him against me. All right, this is it. The final 2 fights. It's 2 fights to do. The first one is against Larini, and the second is against Tarjan himself. You think you can defeat me again the way you tricked me at Baron Harkon's castle so many years ago? Now I'll have my revenge on you and take what should rightfully be mine. Look, if you think that control over all time and space should rightfully be yours, I'm afraid you have a problem, my friend. Tarjan waves his arms and conjures up some friends. Here, my pretty, it's time for target practice. 2 High Priestesses, 30 Black Slayers, 30 Rock Demons, and a Larini. I'm going to talk through this so I don't mess it up more than anything. We're going to hide in the shadows. That is important. Next thing we need to do, Bard Song, we need some protection here. So Luck Laren, we need to Geomancy those 30 Rock Demons out of here. We need to push the Black Slayers away. So that is the Force of Tarjan on the Black Slayers and Farfo on the Black Slayers. If the Black Slayers, if they hit me, will kill guys. Will just kill people straight up. I need them as far away from me as possible. Good. 90 feet away. We're in good. Redbeard got taken down. I'm fine. We're good. Life is fine. Okay. Now we're going to hide we're going to attack the Black Slayers directly with big spells. We are going to Jolt Bolt them. We are going to go after... back up. We're going to Petrify Larini. We're going to cast Far Death on the High Priestess. We're going to cast Death Strike on the High Priestess, and hopefully get rid of some of them. Good, good. We're doing good. Attack that Kringle brother. Get him out of there. Bard Song. Going to cast Jolt Bolt. We're going to cast... we're going to Nuke. We're going to cast Death Strike on the High Priestess. Okay, Black Slayer's all that's left. Oh, don't worry. We'll get Redbeard back. You're going to stay hidden, because before this fight is over, we're going to cast a heal spell. Nuke and heal all. Okay. Now, the big one. Red Stiletto, nice. Okay, ready for time? Because here comes Tarjan. 30 Black Slayers, 30 Rock Demons, 30 Vampire Lords, and Tarjan himself. Hide in the shadows. We need some protection. That is a Luclaren. I need to Earthmaw the Rock Demons. Same thing here. Force of Tarjan to push the Black Slayers away. And I want Farfo push the Black Slayers away. Good. 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 We're in a good place. We got rid of the Rock Demons. The Vampire Lords are the biggest problem right now. The Organ is going to sneak up and stab Tarjan in the back. That is their only job right now. We are going to throw Sir Robin's Tune. We're going to cast Earthmaw and take out the Vampire Lords, hopefully. We're going to cast Nuke at the Black Slayers, and we're going to cast Preclusion. Tarjan just keeps throwing more and more Black Slayers up. That's what he's going to do. Preclusion should help with some of that. We're going to use Sandstorm at those Black Slayers. We're going to use Nuke. Okay, good. It's just me and Tarjan. Okay, Bard Song, Seeker's Ballad. What else can I cast here? Nothing useful here. Luck Chant. So we're going to buff now. Battle Skill. Managed to get one Black Slayer through my Preclusion spell. That's perfectly normal. No, we're not going to do Keel's Overture. We're going to do Melee March. We're going to cast Petrify at that Black Slayer. We're going to Luck Chant again. And we're going to... Nope, we're going to Far Death the Black Slayer. And we're going to Nuke... Valhalla, Wrath of Valhalla. On the orb. There we go. Okay. Hide. Bard Song. Let's Keel's Overture. The fight does not end until all combatants are gone. So I'm going to just nuke at them. Hide. Bard Song. Minster Shield. Overture. Batter Kilnfest. Defend, cast Divine Intervention. Here we go. Hide. Keel's Overture. Jolt Bolt. Nuke. Okay. As soon as we're almost there. This is basically it. Okay, Tarjan is down. Dude's done. As soon as I finish these guys, it's time. And we're done! You gather around Tarjan's dead body, carefully avoiding the steaming streams of vitriolic blood burning into the stone floor, and reality slowly begins to unravel around you. You look up and discover where there had been only dark rock ceiling, a brilliantly lit chimney of stone. You slowly drift upward. Time and space folds in upon itself, and you reach a place made completely and utterly of light. Seated in a glowing throne, a man smiles at you. Though he is youthful and handsome, you recognize him instantly as the old man who sent you on your quest. Beside him stands your friend Hawkslayer. The enthroned figure pulls out a sword and begins to speak. Now, let me know. I will dramatically read this if you want, but if we need to move on, let me know. Welcome, brave heroes! You have succeeded in destroying the threat to all reality. As you know, to do this, you slipped the bonds of time and traveled forbidden routes through that which has forever been. You pressed your struggle forward despite danger and death, and you accomplished that which the gods themselves were unable to do. The game doesn't have any final music, so it just plays whatever was playing, you know, in this case, the minstrel shield on the death drums. So there's also large gaps in this here. His praise washes over you like a warm ocean wave, and you feel strength infuse your body. In doing what you have done, you have proven yourself worthy of nothing less than the ultimate reward. He closes his eyes and raises his hands. The death of the gods tore reality asunder, but you bound it up again. The gods of old are dead, and therefore I accept you as my new children. You shall be gods yourselves. It's a little weird saying that in a church, but all right. And then there's a large gap. There's more to come. His eyes open again, and you look upon infinity. At once you see Skara Brae restored to its former beauty. You see beyond it and the 6 cities of the plains. You see the whole world and each of its cultures, and you realize all of it is now your domain. Really cool that I came in underestimate given all the mistakes I made. And so it came to pass that 8 new stars burned in the night sky. The least of these, the companion star, was named Hawkslayer, after a hero of legend. The other 7, together known as the Company of Heroes, are each named for one of the new gods. Each night they can be seen is betokened a good night, and adventurers know these gods smile especially upon them. I wish they'd given us some, like, dramatic music for this instead of just playing what the Bard was playing, but it's kind of neat. An excerpt from the Gospel of the New Gods, Chapter 1, verses 5 to 9. Here endeth the lesson, my friends. Thank you for joining me. We got credits now, but I think we'll toss off to the next, unless you really want to watch the credits here. But thank you all for this opportunity. It was a wonderful time. I'm really tired. I'm gonna go home and go to sleep. I actually have some work to do, but I'm gonna go home and go to sleep. So that's the Bard's Tale Trilogy. Bonkulus rises. It will be a good night. Remember to stay hydrated and all that. I've gone through about 2/3 of my 2-liter jug of water.